Hello, hello, and welcome back. We are back with more Kingdom Come Deliverance. I'm just gonna jump in. I'm not even gonna waste y'all's time. What's up, Farsight? We are going straight into a little bit of combat training with Bernard. We're gonna go and kill our first camp of humans and see how we do. Today's gonna be fun. Today's gonna be a lot of chaos, but it's gonna be fun. How you doing, Farsight? Alright, let's see. Are we nourished? Straight in, nuts deep, literally, just going balls deep. Because how could you not, right? It's the name of the game. Very good. Let's do this thing. Now, how damaged is our- oh my goodness. Sometimes the absolutely cursed way that our armor just glitches out is the funniest thing. Let's see. We're gonna go this way. Ooh, I'm bright. I'm like, am I bright because of the screen or am I bright because of these? Oh yes. Oh, this game's glitches are actually legendary. But like in a good way. Like these glitches are so good, Farsight, that if you're having like a bad day, I want you to just Google a montage of Kingdom Come Deliverance early glitches. Like pre-patch glitches. Let me know. It's gonna make your whole life. I think that these glitches are a medicine for the soul. There's something fantastic about suddenly turning around and just chit-chatting with Robard, who is in the ground. No, Farsight, not like these. Like, not where you're just talking to a toupee that's in the ground and speaking with full conviction, excellent voice dialogue, but you are speaking to a man who is fully, like, not his head above ground, just his toupee sticking out of the ground. Like, if you're having a bad day, these will take you to another place in time. My serotonin has never been stronger. Let's do defense.
Can you teach me how to defend myself?
I want to block better.
Certainly.
I'd like to practice the basics.
All right.
Wait, this is not what I thought. No.
Now,
Fine.
pay close attention.
Just give me the level. Fuck it. Alright, let's go out and get some Cubans. I was like, oh, maybe we'll do some Bernard trading. No, we won't. Alright, let's see. So our first bandit camp. Baby's first bandit camp. That's how that sounded. Get the dead man's ring. I mean, we could finish that, couldn't we? Because go and see Gertrude the herb woman. Talk to Stephanie. But yeah, Farsight, these will give you, like, these will actually make you, like, want to be alive. I'm not even kidding you when I tell you. Courtship. Nova, welcome in. Ish, welcome in. Did we win? We're about to be. What's up, Walker? How you doing? How's everybody doing? Alright, let's see. Ruin. Mysterious ways. Find the Neuhoff bandit. How has the kingdom come? He has been a right jerk face. I'm so sorry, Sino. Thankfully, the Mars transit ends today. That has been causing more inflammation in everyone. So far, so good. Look at our cutie pie. Tell me that this is not... Tell me that this is not Yennefer energy on this horse. What's up, Mort?
Yeah.
How you doing? Good morning. You know, guys, I've had a couple days. People are peopling, and that's that full moon energy. And you know what? We carry on. We're in Kingdom Come freaking Deliverance with Henry, so I could not be happier if I tried. Like, I can't express to you guys how much, like, this is literally one of my favorite games of all time. Like, this is easily in maybe my top 3. Because I have so many hours in it where I would just do exactly this, which was to just ride around the countryside. So I'm like, oh, bro, more, right? Like, people are, when I tell y'all that people are on one lately, I mean, like, I need for everybody to just sit their ass down, have another cup of coffee, take a deep breath. People have been nuts, but thankfully not on Twitch. For once, people are not crazy on Twitch. They're actually just crazy IRL. Well, that's the thing is, so this game does not hold your hand. It is very labor. Like, this is one of those games that's honestly, like, labor intensive enough in terms of, like, the amount of commitment that you have to show in the early game. Where, like, I can understand why there's some people who are just straight up like, frick this. I don't want to deal with this. You know what I mean? Like, I really do understand that there's certain people who are just like, they're like, screw this. And I don't think that that's invalid when you're talking about a game, right? That's meant to really give a pretty decent simulation. Why, thank you, Zeno. I always go balls to the wall with that, because it's my favorite. Now, we are just straight up hunting humans. We're not looking for explanations. This is a relatively harder camp, so we might be about to get wrecked and reload. If so, we can also do more combat stuff. Ah, shit. I know exactly where we are. These guys are such a pain in the butt. So, by the way, any body of water that you have to cross... I'll put it to you this way-ish. Haven't seen much of that comparison, but I could squint and see it. Hey, dickheads. Oh, they have a horse. Sito, thank you for the 35 stream streak. Let's go. My Christ on a cracker. There are a lot of you. And they somehow haven't seen me. I'm so tempted to use the archery. Bro, there's 4 of you?
What's going on there?
I don't think that this bodes well. Alright, let's try and...
Watch out!
Let's try and just... reverse. We want to, like, draw them out in a line. Basically, if it's you versus a group in this game, the last thing that you want is to be just straight up facing the clump.
Answer to my prayer. Just when I wanted to vent my rage at something. Over here! Where is everyone? Quick!
One down.
Hey! All of you, gather here! Raise the alarm!
Now, you keep on strafing side to side. You do not want to be a good, predictable target for their arrows. Because these guys fucking hurt, and there's a bunch of them, but we want to get the melee guys down first. Get fucked. Nope, actually it will be me. Who gets the win today, sir? Now sometimes they also shoot their own guys, so you also want to be able to line them up a little for that. Because we have the helmet on. Now if you don't wear a helmet, or you have what he has, which is like an open skull cap, you will have better visibility, but this is very accurate to how actual visibility is in suits of armor. And anybody who sits there and tells you that you should have full visibility is lying. Because basically one of the most sensitive areas of your body, by the way, are your eyes, and you will get fucked. Now this is why you do extensive training with Bernard.
God.
Ooh. Now you hear that? Those archers? You want to go down? Hunt them out. Shit, where are you? Yep, there you are. You probably have the vantage. Yes, you do. Shit. No.
I surrender! Have mercy on me!
Get going then. But leave that weapon right where it is.
Very well.
Really nice bucket helm. Yeah, you would want a bucket helm or a skull cap, which are actually much more preferable, I would say. So we're gonna take this. Now, I like to let them go unarmed when we can. Mostly, it's not even so much out of laziness as it is, like, for looting's sake, we're not actually going to be able to carry all this. We're also going to have to retrace extensively, because I cannot find the camp leader. There might be one guy left over. Okay, helm. It's a target for mace. Yep, right?
Hi.
Alright, see this guy who's taken off? He's probably going to come back. But first, we're going to do a little bit of an investigation here. Hi, baby. Are you stealable? Stampede horse. Good baby, run away. Finish him right there. I know, right? Listen, and you can too. You can also trick them and then suddenly kill them. I just happen to be somebody who, like, basically when I can, I like to just get rid of them by whatever means. And if it means that we don't have to waste decent armor on, like, low-level bandits, then fine. With the Cumans, letting them go is a whole other thing because Henry doesn't really speak their language. So very accurately, there's not really a good language for Mercy. Where in the name of Christ is the band leader? Where is the leader? Field camp leader. 0 out of 1. Wait. Oh, shit. Where? Sir? I could have sworn there you are. There we go. Lift up that visor? Yes, by putting your sword away. So basically the minute that the visor... Well, they come back to the bandit camps. You could poison. I could. But we've let one survive, which means that hopefully there should be others. So one of the reasons that I also like to let them survive is that sometimes you run into them again, which is kind of like a fun... It's just like a fun little tidbit that I enjoy quite a lot. Alright, let's see. We're gonna do this, this. Let's just stick whatever we don't need onto the horse for now. Now, Bernard will actually give you reasonable coin for destroying these guys. And what I also really like is that you should always pick up, whenever you can, the weapons. Which, speaking of which, should he not leave us one? The camp leader pulled a brave Sir Robin, right? Me too, dude. That was my first thought as well. As I was like, did this motherfucker really just run? Oh, we gotta find you. Alright, where is your weapon? Because it probably fell not terribly far from you, but that was actually a decent-ass warhammer. Unless we got it off of his body, but I feel like we did. Hang on. Oh, broken arrow. Thank you. That's definitely what I was looking for. Is it under you? Basically, the biggest thing is with this game is that you have to have a lot of freaking commitment and you have to pay a lot of attention when people are talking. And that's something that, you know, it's funny to say it this way, but like a lot of people really do not like that in these games. I think one of the issues is that we kind of have a gaming generation where like a lot of people get annoyed by games like Morrowind, for example, where you really need to pay attention to the directions that you're given relative to like the map. But I'm very much a fan of games that have very fluid quest markers. I'm a big fan of like high dopamine, very difficult locational skill gaming. Yeah, like you have to really focus in this game on like what people are saying. And also on their base personalities if you actually want to get anything done properly. Like that's one thing is like we have a whole generation of gamers that are very much accustomed to this idea that's like, well, I don't have to work, the quest marker will just take me there. And one thing that I appreciate with this game is that yes, you have quest markers, but they're not the be-all end-all. And actually, more often than not, and Sinnoh will tell you this, sometimes you'll chase down a quest marker only to find out that it would have been better off if you did something else first, and the game gives you absolutely nothing to suggest that. You just have to be precocious. You just have to be precocious, or you have to know the time period, or you have to know the terrain. And you're sitting there like, you mean I could have had a completely different quest outcome? And it's like, yeah, if you paid attention. But you also have to pay attention to the landscape of the actual location in order to get certain quest outcomes. So it's a very, like, for the year that this game came out, because what was this, 2017? Yeah, I think that this was 2017. It's actually wild to me when you think about the fact that this was 2017 that this came out.
Yeah.
It's okay-ish. I've seen it. I've seen gameplay of it, and I've seen about 60 hours of it, so I'll put it to you guys this way. I've seen it. It's about the same quality. Skip all the questing? Ridiculous, right? It's about the same in terms of quality. I mean, it doesn't really honestly look that visually different, if I'm being totally candid with you guys. Like, nothing about it screamed to me like, oh, updated graphics, updated, like, it's not, no. It's still the world that you love very much. It's beautiful, it's dynamic. They did add wolves, so we now have to deal with wolves, which is not my favorite, But we do what we have to. Are you really here? Did you really? God, I do this every single time. Did I run past you again, bro? No, I swear to God, I looked at the stump and you weren't standing here. Between this and Tainted Grail, right? Agreed, Seno. And right, Wolf, I completely agree. It's just, it's one of these things where it's like, I think we're in an era of gaming where a game like this, part of the reason why we're going to see such critical acclaim with Kingdom Come 2 has more to do with the story. There's almost nothing exciting about the graphics. This game only plays in 1080p, which gives me kind of a soft image noticeable. Turn off the anti-aliasing. We have turned off the anti-aliasing, and it's the crucial difference. The only reason why you're getting the soft image effect is because you have anti-aliasing and all this other crap on. Once you turn it off, it's like, oh, okay. And also, by the way, the game is, so the sequel is very CPU heavy, so if your CPU is not strong, please have a caution before you pick up this game, but that's pre-day 1 patch, and the performance so far is good.
I've taken care of the camp.
Where's the proof?
Read the journal and use the environment to
Here
find
it
your way.
is.
That's what I'm saying, Talos. That's what
work.
I'm saying. We need more of that.
I've had another report. Some folk were ambushed to the west of Vertine, on the hill across the river from the gallows.
Oh yeah, well that's the
It would be
thing, Sino, is
worthwhile
like if
checking
you want
it
to, but what I'm saying is
Understood.
if you want to increase the actual beauty of this game, just completely turn off the anti-aliasing. Like, we're not even trying to play with it on right now. And you can really see it, especially as we move to that the ambient environment really loses a lot of that blur. With Kingdom Come, because you're moving a lot, because you have head sway, you have kind of this like jerking gait, and then the same thing with like being on horseback. Essentially, the whole ordeal is that you are basically locked into this situation where the anti-aliasing goes hard on this. So if you completely turn it off, while yes, it might create a situation in which your PC or your system is working a little bit harder, the gameplay experience is just completely different. Like, this actually looks like something I could walk into and walk through. Like, when we go into the woods, it actually looks walkable and doable. Whereas I've personally found that, like, with the anti-aliasing on, I won't even touch this game because it actually hurts my eyes after a while. The vegetation, the vistas, yeah. So we have a lot more of that coming, especially in the first map, the Bohemian Paradise. And then the Kutenberg map, which nobody can really talk about, which I'm not going to talk about because I've seen a good chunk of it, but I'm not going to. All I have to say is that nobody's going to be disappointed. The only two negatives of the game, after about 60 hours of watching what I watched, very fine details with the blacksmithing and the photo mode. That's it. That's the only two things that are lacking in the new game.
Yeah.
It's not that exciting, if I'm honest with you. It's like, yeah, but nobody's gonna be able to run the setting. Like, I'll be candid with you, Ish, like, just the demands on this alone. Even though the performance is decent on low. Trust me, it's gonna take a long time before anybody can actually see that view on native hardware. This is a game that's gonna have a lot of optimization patches coming out. And thank God for it. We know that the devs will be good for it, but I will tell you guys this much. Unless you have a monster, I wouldn't expect on release day to be able to run this thing on full. Good thing they just released a video. Fuck that. I will never understand this obsession with like, let me buy more expensive computer parts to have better graphics. Like, bro, I don't know. Has anyone seen the cost of fucking groceries? Could we maybe buy food? I don't need food. I want to run Kingdom Come in 8K. Like, what am I, looking like a fucking crackhead? Please. Didn't get the card melted by Dragon's Dogma 2. I know. Bro. Oh, I know. Oh, exactly. It's the same, like, it's literally the same. And that's why I don't even try and fight it, I just start laughing at it. But no, when we talk about the actual performance for this game, most people do not have a CPU on release day to run this thing at full settings. And I think that's something that, you know, and it is one of the fair critiques about the product that's coming out. We're going to talk about it the day it releases, because I guarantee you guys are going to be seeing all kinds of encoder issues. I'm going to be tweaking shit, I'm going to be annoyed, because I'm always annoyed that I have to keep on constantly tweaking things for each game that we play. It's like, bro. It's like, please. And see, that was one of my favorite games that came out this year. I think because I made my pawn, very personally relevant to me, let's say, it wasn't very hard for me to feel invested in the game because I just like hanging out with them. But it's also not everybody's cup of tea. Like, a lot of people didn't like Dragon's Dogma 2 because they don't actually understand what it is that Dragon's Dogma is as a franchise. Like, this is something that we were having a bit of a conversation around at the time. But there's a lot of people angry at that game because it's not like an Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
It's not like an Elder Scrolls like, and I'm like, guys, it's never been trying to be. It literally has... I should reverse it, then I would like to gain- well, the trick is to eventually play all of the classes. So, like, even the class that you're the least interested in, you learn to play. And yeah, your pawn is never supposed to just stay in one class either. What you're supposed to do is rotate them so that you guys experience all the classes together, and it becomes funny and bantery, and you pick up different, like, quest companions, and then different, like, fellow pawns, and, like, see how the team works. I mean, basically, it's almost an amazing role-playing, it's kind of like the Fellowship of the Ring, but you get to just keep on customizing everyone's innate abilities, which is fun. Just didn't offer enough to play through it. Exactly, Sinnoh. That's the thing. Exactly. It's like, and this is the deal. It's a fantastic experience. Do you get your money's worth? I would say absolutely. But it's not everybody's cup of tea to revisit. Like, I'll probably revisit that game once a year. But I'm not like foamy in the mouth about it. It's a Dragon's Dogma product. I'm happy with what we got because it's exactly what I expected we'd get, because I also was familiar with the first game. So it's like, I think when we talk about gaming and expectations, one thing that's going to be hard for people to grasp is, like, if you didn't like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, and I'm just going to tell you guys this up front, if you didn't like the first game, do not bother picking up the second, do not spend the money. Later, Nova, have a good time in the snow. Wolf, I think you'd actually like it. I think you'd actually like Dragon's Dogma. It has a very rich story if you were to keep on peeling into the layers of it. Like, if you enjoyed Morrowind, you'll enjoy Dragon's Dogma. It's a very good experience, but yeah, for those of you guys that are like, oh, I didn't really, like, Kingdom Come didn't grip me, don't play the second game. Do not waste your time, do not go in because of graphics, do not go in thinking that don't think that the game is going to grip you. When the first one didn't. If you don't like this, the second game is literally just this, copy-pasted, with slightly tweaked graphics, and continuing the same story. You're going to be completely lost. You're going to be very frustrated. You are not going to have a good gameplay experience. As your streamer, I can tell you for a fact that you will be fundamentally wasting your money. Exactly, Wolf. For those of us that love this game, it's like the easiest thing ever to recommend people who loved it to pick up the sequel. But I'm not even going to hold you guys. There's a lot of people who are going to be thinking that this is going to be their entry into the series, and I honestly feel bad for them because they are going to have one of the worst times that they have ever had trying to get into anything, because this is not really that kind of game. This is very much the game that, this is very much the kind of game that unless you have an actual sense of experience with the first game, it's going to beat your ass. And not like in a cute way. In like a, oh, I didn't realize how much this sucks kind of way. Exactly, Sinnoh. It's a medieval simulator, and it's very difficult. But, and again, and I said this about Dragon's Dogma 2, I remember saying this at the time too. For people who did not like and play Dragon's Dogma 1, I was like, do not bother touching Dragon's Dogma 2. It's not a good entry into the series. It's very confusing, and I think very upsetting for people who are used to other franchises. You'd think so-ish, but like this much I'll tell you. even watching a streamer play Kingdom Come is not the same, especially someone who's knowledgeable about the game. It's not the same as playing it yourself. Playing this game yourself and actually seeing the range of options that you realistically have, there's almost nothing like it. Like, the actual experience of cranking out these hours to, like, slowly get good at the combat, like, feeling that kind of sense of, like, the slow improvements that come over you, like, even just with our archery. I mean, I don't have hand braces on, which is literally stupidity. Excuse me while I just laugh at myself. Oh, hello. Oh, sick. But yeah, Kingdom Come is not really a game that I would be like, yeah, just jump into the second game if you don't know the first. Why, thank you. I would also like to grow, but I'm also never going to endorse you guys to, like, spend your hard-earned money on a product that you're not definitely going to enjoy. You know, and that's something that, like, I know that it gets a lot of flack, but one of my biggest things with people is, like, it always has pissed me off when people will, like, recommend a product and, like, don't give the disclaimer of, like, yeah, but if you don't play the first one, you're really gonna be shit out of luck. Uh-oh. Alright, Pony, what do you have on you that's weighing so much? Heavy Warhammer. We can get rid of that. We don't need that. Or that. Let's see. We can just get both of those back. I think it starts right where this one ends. Same protagonist, same antagonist. For the most part, yeah, because honestly, we're talking about a pretty linear time period in history. The politics are going to get messy. That much I can tell you guys without even, like, a hesitation. The politics are gonna get very complicado. And the reason that I say that is because in this time period, let's just say that there's very key elements, without giving any spoilers for those of you who are seeing this for the first time, of Henry's personal life that are going to be tied up in some events that are going to be unfortunate. Like cage matches, right? Right? I like cage matches. Can you imagine if they took the Until Dawn motto and combined it with this, Talos? We would be laughing so hard. I'd be crying. Oh, feel. Ooh. To skin them. Oh, which is worth more? Let's get the hides. I'm so sorry to these deer that I just mercilessly butchered. Medieval parkour. I am shuddering. Listen, we're about to have to waddle walk back onto this horse. How much is he got? 367 out of 492. Brother, you can surely take some of this food. Like half? The hallucinogen? Yeah. We have to do that one today. That one's definitely happening. I was just like, we have to do a little something here because I actually want to see if I can... 190 out of 133. Can I get onto? Yes, I can. Okay. Let's do this. Now, there's two options for what I could do. Yes, it does, and it goes rotten fast. Like, one sleep later and your food is useless. So one thing that I tell everybody is I am like, when it comes to food in this game, especially anything that you hunt, do not wait. Immediately, pass go, collect 200, turn it in. If it's for a quest, turn it in.
Yeah.
Like, urgently, because when food spoils in this game, the illnesses are no joke, especially if you play on any kind of hardcore mode. Let's just say that the way that hardcore mode in this game will destroy your soul is, legendary. It's so fun, but Jesus Christ. Unless you have to deal with it, I would not suggest it. So I'm like, sell everything. But that's also why it's worth, in this game, I will say, having a very good fence, and that's something that you want to get down early, is that there is a certain amount of criminal behavior that your Henry will engage in, even in an honor mode. Everybody did it. All the noble sons and lords were doing it, so, you know, make merry and enjoy.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean things like the poaching. Because if you want to get better at archery, You go for poaching, you go for hunting skills. There's also this cute little log game that you can play a lot of, but it costs you, which I don't like, so I like to do the poaching method instead.
Yeah.
Because I'm cheap. Now I'm going to tell you where we're going to go right after this, and half of you are going to look at me like I'm insane. But we're doing it. Hang on, let me see. You know, I think I could actually just go there now. Let me just do this now. This is smarter, I think. We might be about to get wrecked. So no, you might know where I'm going. I don't know if you've actually done this yet. Alright, we need to go over here. God, I do so not want to risk getting ripped out of my saddle. Because, by the way, that's one aspect of this game, that if you get ripped out of your saddle and attacked on the road, you are in for a bad day. That's also why, by the way, like, as you guys play this, if you're running along the roads and stuff, you need to pay a lot of attention to what's happening around you, like right now. Because you'll just run into a situation where you're surrounded by bandits. My suggestion is that if you're surrounded by bandits, you need to immediately start zigzagging, because some of them have archery skills. Blue, I was just thinking of you. How you doing, girl? I would so like... I was thinking about this in the car. I was like, man, I really hope that this is the year that we do partner, because if it is, I'm making a whole Dark Feminines stream team for the ladies. And I was like, Blue, you're getting added right away to the Dark Feminine stream team.
Yeah.
I was like, just all of us doing our shadow work as one big group. I love you too, Blue. I was thinking about you today. I was like, I love Blue. I miss Blue. Oh, it's Blue! Ah! Sorry.
Yeah.
Relatable Kingdom Come moods. If you know, you know. You'll be like galloping through the woods in this game, and then very suddenly you're just flying through the air. You're Lucy in the sky with diamonds quite suddenly. Oh, fuck me. Please, no. No humans. No humans. No humans. Hello, hi. I love you, Hungarian, but this is not the place and time where I want to hear you at this moment. Ah, yes, free me. And I love you too, Blue. I'm like, man, I cannot wait. Once I get the power to be setting up the lore of shit like stream teams, y'all are doomed. Y'all are doomed. You're gonna have a Dark Feminine one, and it's gonna be chaos mode. Why? Because we can. Please don't be thank you. He's like, yeah, let me run the horse straight into a ditch. That screams of logic. Man, though, the road to Sasso. Now, if you guys know what I'm doing, so most of you probably don't, which is fine. But basically, we're gonna go and see somebody from Henry's past named Johanka. Now, she originally wasn't on our itinerary today, but we just shot down 3 deer, and I'm thinking to myself, this is the perfect time to actually go and do this for her. So she is basically somebody who is helping out these sick refugees from Skalitz that are all located inside this monastery in Sasso. Now, I love this questline because it actually gives us as Henry the ability to do a little good. And basically, at one point, she's gonna ask you for actually rich game and food to be able to give these survivors. And the thing is that everybody fails this quest because they don't do it fast enough. I'd like to start this quest line already with this in my inventory, so that we can literally just pass it off to her. You can also go buy it at the end, you don't necessarily have to hunt it, but we've hunted it, we should use it. I could sell it, but fuck that. We can also bang out this quest while we're here. Look at those sun rays. Looks so gorgeous. I gotta tell you guys, the only thing I'm not excited for in the sequel is the wolves. That's the one thing that I remember that I've said like a couple times in this game where I was like, thank God we don't have wolves. And then it's like, they've added wolves. I'm like, fuck. Because by the way, you hear them and it's very frightening at night. I'm like, oh no. If you guys have not, by the way, seen the size comparison of like a full-grown husky or Malamute compared to a wolf, y'all should really look at that. That really, that was one of those moments that genuinely changed my life. My button is stuck.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I was like, no, not the button. Not the gumdrop buttons. Hello, pony. Man, I love all the horses in this game. The size of them, the shape of them. What is the largest breed of wolf? Well, we have coy wolves up by us, which are pretty large. I don't know if they're the largest. I don't know. I know it's not gray wolves, because gray wolves are really not that. Gray wolves are not that impressive. European wolves are a whole different ballgame, though. If y'all have not seen Irish wolfhounds and the size that they are, there's a reason why they needed that size, you know? And it's,
Johanka?
Henry?
I'm glad to see you.
Me too.
Thank you, Mysterio,
I
for that 7-stream stream.
heard that you're doing well.
Well, that depends.
You're alive. So you're doing well.
Yep.
What's happening here?
Where I live, they have
my
huge
God.
breeds. Yeah. I was gonna
Philip,
say, you probably know more about this.
They're all...
Yes. Where do you think the wounded ended up?
Actually, I had no idea.
Well, now you know. Me and Nicodemus have been trying to keep things under control since Skalitz was raised. Just the two of us.
So can I help at all?
Certainly. You can always... And it's been like that since the beginning.
I was in a bad way myself back then. They took me to Ratai unconscious, and I needed a healer. How is everyone holding up?
It's
What
the
can I do?
unspoken.
Holding up. People here are dying. Usually needlessly, and I can't do anything about it.
She's giving Until
We don't
Dawn,
have
Emily.
enough food or space or anyone who's willing to help us.
It's the Canadian timber wolf. Okay, how large are they?
Doesn't anyone help you with nursing these people? You've got scholars all around you.
Scholars, maybe, but they leave the healing up to God.
Which is awful.
Nicodemus is trying, but everything he knows is from his books.
Can I have a look at them myself? I know a little about healing.
Do you now? And what would you do if you burnt yourself at the forge?
First, you have to cool it down with water. Marigold ointment helps, and it's better if you don't bind it and let it breathe.
Medical Henry.
You do know what you're talking about. Looks like blacksmiths know about more than just pulling teeth.
Pulling teeth? Nothing
true.
to it. As long as you don't squeeze the pincers too hard and crush them.
Well,
What's up, Cray? Doing well.
go
How
and
about
see
you?
If anyone needs anything. Just don't go pulling anyone's teeth.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't the monastery care for them?
They give us some food for them and a place to sleep.
Good old
But I
Medical
wouldn't say they
Henry.
help exactly.
Intelligent Henry.
More like they just
How
tolerate
are you doing,
us.
Cray? Doing well, doing well.
Do you have enough food?
Enough to survive, maybe. But convalescents need feeding up.
Don't worry, girl,
Maybe
I
if
got
I
you.
brought some meat, some game, that would strengthen them up.
That...
Anything else you need?
Fine with health.
Look
we love that.
around.
We love that.
Well, it is a little crowded.
crowded. I've had to leave some of the sick lying in the open air, even at night.
Her
Have you
outfit is so
seen what
cool,
they're
by the way,
lying
I
on?
just want to say.
I'll try to negotiate
Six
better
and a half
conditions
feet
with the
long and an
monastery.
average
I
weight of
tried
175.
that.
Yeah,
Out
that's
loud.
massive.
They just nod their heads, but don't move a muscle.
So we have coy wolves by us, which are timber wolves that have merged with coyotes. And, like, let me just tell you guys, gorgeous, but terrifying.
And how are you doing? You're the only woman here, alone in the monastery.
Some of the monks speak to me, but other people act like I don't exist. Too bad the
But
custodian
she does
isn't one of
160.
those.
Is the custodian
Which isn't
causing
actually that
problems?
big. I was just
All
looking at
the
a family
time.
of adult cheetahs
Apparently
sleeping
he
with
has
the
a wife somewhere, but that doesn't stop him.
night
He's
guard in
constantly
the safari,
strutting
which was
around
really
in
cool
front
to
of
see.
me.
And,
They were like all curled up. It was like a bunch of house cats.
what
I was like,
else?
they're gorgeous.
What do you mean, what
They're
else?
so cool.
He's invited me to his home.
I could do something
Cute
about
little
it.
kitties snoring in a
If you
pile.
like.
I was like, oh,
No.
oh,
I can deal with him.
cheetahs. They
The
make
last
the
thing I need
most
is you going around
dissatisfying
threatening
noise.
people. It won't help me, and it definitely won't help the refugees.
Why is there a guard outside?
He's here because of me.
Because of you?
Yes. There was one time I just had enough of it all, of the way they treat us, and I almost slapped one of...
She's so
But that doesn't
relatable.
matter.
She's so relatable.
What can you tell me about the custodian?
He's supposed to be in charge of all the guards and the security of the monastery. But really, he has a say in pretty much everything, including
Musket,
supplies.
they don't have sharp or charcoal
And that's why he
claws.
probably thinks he can do whatever he wants.
No, I'm a big fan of there is no wild animal that should be domesticated. Period.
Alright, that's all I need to know.
Look, Henry,
Fuck all kinds of
I
that.
know I can speak. Last week, Bohuslav died. Maybe you knew him.
I
And
think if we
nobody
actually
even
do.
blinked an eye. We desperately need help.
There's so many
do
more
whatever is
Skalitz
in my
refugees than there were people in the town when we were there. Brought some
I
meat.
brought some meat.
Right? Same.
Thank you, Henry.
Same.
Rich food will
I'm very
definitely
big
help.
on like leave wild things wild, especially given what we're seeing now with like the fires in LA. Fuck that. How many people you think owned exotic animals? I know quite a few exotic animal handlers that were living out there. No idea what their situation is, but none of those species can exist in open air. I'm like, why? But I digress. The safest place for wildlife? In the wild, where they belong. It's like if I ever found out that an aquarium was going to do the stupid shit again and house a great white shark, I'd be like, do you know that they ram themselves against the glass to commit suicide? Leave
Tell
it in
me more
nature.
about the situation here.
Especially given what we
Alright,
saw with
that's
Tiger
all I
King.
need to know.
I'm just convinced that people actually don't have the facilities that they think they have. Because everybody will be like, oh no, I provide enrichment. I provide enrichment, I provide whatever. And then you go into the sanctuary and some of them are decent. But some of them are the most pitiful crap you've ever seen and you're just like...
You're the one who's in charge of the wounded.
Yes, I'm the infirmarius.
It's like I'll
here.
never forget
Time was,
enrichment.
I only had a few elderly
Enrichment for a species was like this one
Now I have this
deflated
mess
ball.
to deal with.
And they were like,
Monks
no,
so
it's
old
plenty,
they
it's
can't
plenty.
hold
And I'm like,
themselves up
they're
with their
in
own
mud.
legs.
If that were the only bodily function they could control.
They're living
But
in
I
mud.
shouldn't
This is a
talk like
grass-based
that.
species.
It's a
This is
blessing to live
ridiculous. Like,
this
your facility
change.
is literally just them being basically cemented in place by mud. They just are... Sometimes it's just like, ugh. You just want to smack someone. Does he have what I need? Probably not. Let me see. Exactly.
How are the wounded from Skalitz?
Some of them are well taken care of. But others are dying here needlessly. It's a good thing we have Johanka here. I'd never be able to manage on my own.
I wouldn't even say most. I'm gonna just say it, even as somebody who's a big tarantula fan. What we have done with large spider species, thank God for Indiana Bloomington, who has taken in the majority of them. But unless it's a rehab center, just honestly, the general public. I'm gonna be so real with you guys. The general public does not have the critical thinking skills to have any wild animal domesticated under their roof. I'm just gonna say it. Normally treat the wounded.
What do you think about the custodian?
Baron von Berg? Well, he does his job well.
But yeah, we just
He
don't
keeps
have a
us safe
public with the
here.
critical thinking
And the
skills
last
to
time I
actually
saw
own
him was
wildlife.
when I was rubbing
Most people
ointment
can't
on
even
his
handle
rack.
like a puppy, if
I
I'm
heard
honest
he's
with
been
you
here
guys.
a lot lately.
Like with the way that
That's
people
true.
actually treat their own
He comes to
pets.
visit Johanka, but he's never here long, and he always leaves unsatisfied.
How can I help you?
Have you talked to Johanka?
I did.
Well, if you know something about it, then go and take a look. However, you don't look like you've studied the Hippocratic arts.
That's true. I'm the son of a blacksmith.
have the
I have been
time,
around
knowledge,
the
how to
wounded
properly.
before.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like
What do I do
even
if
some
I'm
of
not
these
sure of the
people who
treatment?
own huskies.
Come and
I'm
speak
like,
to me.
do you
We'll
realize you
see
gotta
what we can
run
do.
those dogs? Those dogs need to fucking run. They need to be like hiking. They are built to be moving. You know how many times that I see people and they're like, my couch got torn up, my furniture got ate up, and I'm like, animal handling responsibly means the following. Your kid could fucking ask for a pony all they want. They never ride the pony, they never groom the pony, they never take the pony to the vet or have a vet come in. You don't have the space for that animal. Why the fuck do you have it? Animals are not decorations, they are beings. Like 90% of people should have to be taking tests before they have pets, and that's the God's honest truth. That's just facts. The amount of animal rescues and shelters that have to put up with people, and not to mention this, just veterinarians who commit suicide per year because of the casual animal abuse cases that come in the door. It's like, it's unbelievable. You're actually standing there looking at somebody who has no conception to realize that the way that they're treating their animal that they think is so loving is literally abuse. It is actually objectively ending their animal's life prematurely. If anything, I would say, given what we're seeing with climate change, less people need to have pets. Leave them animals alone. Fucking leave it. We are not good for anything, animals included.
So you don't normally treat the wounded then?
Well, there were accidents, of course.
That's what I've just come to.
Broken legs,
Because I'm like, people
someone
are just
who's
not
been
good
kicked
for
by
things.
a cow or bitten by a goat. But this, I've never dealt with the carnage of battle before.
If only it had been a battle. This was cold-blooded slaughter.
You were there? God be merciful to you and the dead and the wounded.
Thank you.
I'm big ol'. I've gotten to a point where I'm like, honestly, stray cats are better off than domesticated cats in most cases. Stray dogs, same deal. They are better off fending for themselves, and they turn out to have better, stronger DNA that actually merges, that actually makes them disease resistant, that actually creates a situation in which they can fend for themselves. In 90% of cases, they turn out better than this like domesticated nightmare where it's like, oh, the animal's so pampered, but like it's literally helpless. We're not taking into consideration the surrounding houses and church. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying though, Sinnoh, is that like even with those houses factored in, the amount of survivors here and the amount of people killed and the size of the army, it was brought up about the I remember on day one we were talking about the historical inaccuracy of like the size of the army, and I'm like, that's literally because of the mines. They basically wanted a force that could requisition the silver out of the mines, right? And silver is weighty. You have to be able to transport it. You need legwork for it. That makes sense. What's kind of funny is like when she'll mention certain names, I'm like, I would have loved for this section of the game for the people who are actually wounded to be named people that we interacted with in the prologue, you know? Like instead of what they did with Matthew and Fritz, I would have loved for them to put them in here. You know what I mean? Because then it would have a little bit more weight to it. I'd like to learn something from you. Why are they so bad?
Why are they so badly provided for? People are crammed in next to each other, and some have to sleep outside. That can't be good for them. It gets freezing here at night.
I can't afford anything more for them.
How is that possible? You're the infirmarius. You decide how all the money gets spent.
But I have no say in how much money I'm given. And because the abbot's away, it's still the same amount I
What
had
was
when I
that
was
tone
taking
he
care
just
of
said
a
that
few
in?
old men.
Brother, that was weird. That tone he just said that in. You have no authority over how much money I'm given. Remind me to use that when I need something next.
Even so.
You're not the
Okay. Okay.
Farewell.
Here's what we're gonna do. Do you have this open, I think? If, do I have to buy did I buy this already? No, probably not. Oh, of course not. Why would I have done that? That would have been too smart. And of course he doesn't sell the recipes, which would only be too helpful. Unless... Yellow bile. Yes, I've got about 288 hours in this game in my life. Isn't it by manus compared to the four humors? Oh, we're back to the four humors. Memories. Let's see. Mines near swamps. Right? That's exactly what that was given, Sino. That's why I was like, whoa. I was like, excuse me. Alright, let's see.
Christ above! I can't get
Yeah, I've
a
got about
wink of
288
sleep.
hours and all
What
of
are you
them are
making such a
blissful.
fuss about?
A fuss? Because of my leg.
And that's
I have
not
to
counting
stay
the
here for
hours
at
in the
least another
forest riding
week.
around.
Hurts like fuck. And with everyone else moaning and groaning all night, I can't get any sleep.
I've never found the four humors humorous. You know? Me either, because I used to have to write, oh my god, the essays we used to have to write, so know about the development of neuroscience. And I just... Phrenology. I know way too much about phrenology in my life. And then it was so funny. With the alt-health movement, seeing phrenology come back into circulation, I was like, I want to just throw someone straight out of a window. It's like, why are we talking about phrenology? Let it die, damn it. I'm like, I promise you, this bump that you've had in your head since you were like 5 is not a memo that you're channeling the divine.
Maybe I can make you something to help you sleep.
Hey,
For God's
Johanka?
sake, do it quickly.
She's
God
giving a
be with
remedy
you.
to help him sleep, but not the one that we would hope for. Either Elias. In the world? Okay. Let's see, where is, I think, your broken leg man?
Philip, from Skalitz. I don't see any wounds, but he's shaking terribly. He's not reacting. But all I can see that's wrong with him is his leg. I have to ask Johanka.
Quiet.
Everything here is fine?
Greetings, Henry.
That makes me want to rage, right? Same.
What happened to Philip?
Poor man. There was nothing wrong with him, and now he's getting worse every day.
But do you know why?
PTSD.
Maybe. He didn't run away from Skalitz, you see. He hid for days, among the corpses. If he got poisoned.
But what can we do?
Us? Nothing. Only Father Simon might have been able to save him. He knew a lot about poisons.
And where is he?
You know he left Skalitz years ago.
And does anyone know where he ended up?
If you believe the stories about a wild man in the woods, then Rovnar is the place to go.
What's wrong with that man by the altar? He doesn't look wounded, but he's really pale and doesn't react at all.
He had a broken leg. A bad one. The bone had come right through the skin.
Ooh.
We tried to straighten it, but I don't know if we did it right. I'm not holding out much hope
Not
for
my
him.
favorite.
I've seen folk in that state before, and it didn't end well.
Not my
Oh,
favorite.
God. There has to be something we can do.
Bone poking
And what
out is
do
not
you
my favorite.
suggest? The monks won't help, and I don't know anyone else who can.
Well, I can try. I'll straighten his leg.
You?
Will we?
I'll give it a go. It's not like I can make it any worse.
So you don't know anything. Don't even think about touching that poor man.
I'll go and take a look at the others then. About the man with the bad fracture.
He won't make it.
My God. There has to be something we can do.
And
Wait, I
what
have
do
the
you
skill.
suggest?
What about the executioner from Ratai? He usually breaks bones, but he might know something about mending them too.
The executioner? Even if you could persuade him to come, they'll never let him in here.
Well, maybe it would be enough if he advised me and then I tried...
Look, do whatever you want. I have to go and take care of the others.
thing.
May the Lord watch over you.
Okay. So, we've given the meat, which is the most important part.
I'm not needed here.
Let's just do this.
What the...
You're not from Skalitz?
No,
I don't remember
please help
him.
me. I can't stay here.
What happened to you?
I was working on the building when the scaffolding up by the roof collapsed underneath me.
Well, and you're very lucky you survived at all.
Yes, that's what everyone tells me. But it's no use being alive if all I can do is lie here like a wet sack of barley.
Well, you're pretty battered, but I don't see anything that a few weeks' rest can't fix.
Weeks? My God, I have to get back to work sooner than that.
What's the problem? Why can't you stay until you heal?
I have a family. I'm poor. It's only thanks to the building work that we can survive.
Food.
And the master told me if I don't come back in a few days, then I shouldn't come back at all. And where can me and my wife go then? Who'll take us in? We'll end up living in the woods, where any bandit or ruffian could set on us.
So sad.
Quiet!
Is there anything I can do to help? It looks like they took care of your wounds.
When I was little, my father got trampled on by a horse, and an old hag from the village gave him some kind of purple herbs for it. And he got better very quickly.
And do you remember what the herbs were?
I don't. But there's supposed to be the whole cursed knowledge of the world in this place. Something has to be written about it.
Purple
A herbarium.
flowers.
Anything.
I'll try to find something.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take care now.
The healing herbs for him.
What the...
You look alright?
Mostly, but my leg still hurts.
Did the cumins wound you?
That's what I tell the ladies. Truth is, I did myself a mischief while I was running away.
And do they rebandage it for you?
Occasionally. They told me they don't have enough bandages.
Well, that's no use. Those bandages need changing.
I actually have some.
I've got bandages, so I can take care of it.
Wonderful. Could you tell Brother Nicodemus?
I can do it myself.
I thought you were a blacksmith.
A long time ago. But unfortunately, I've had to learn a thing or two about the art of medicine since then.
I love the dialogue
Well?
options.
Fine then. Good luck.
These wounds have been well taken care of. He'll be able to get out of this on his own.
Okay.
I'm not needed here.
Let's see, herbarium and let's see. Is it you? Maybe it was you. Yes, thank you. Remedies for fleas and warts. Poison by gas, for example, in mines. These often appears on him a rash around the nose and mouth.
Quiet!
Yes, dancing wildly. Dancing, I don't know. She said he's shaking. But I don't think that that applies. Let's just talk to him.
Do you know anything about herbs?
I'm not an expert, but I know a little something. Is it urgent?
Well, one of the workers who was injured during construction would like to get back to work. He mentioned some purple flowers that would...
Herbs.
Oh, purple herbs that should help.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but you can have a look in the herbarium here. There won't be too many purple
Oh, I should have
herbs
just
for
gone to
bruises
the-
and sprains.
Oh, there's the herb section of the alchemy thing. Potion. to
How
induce
about some
heavy sleep.
potion to induce heavy sleep?
Certainly. The old reliable.
Reliable?
I won't get
Some
any
of the
sleep.
brothers like a
Just
good
won't get any
sleep.
sleep.
And sometimes that's the only way to get one. I'll show you how.
Thanks.
Good luck to you.
Okay, did he? Alright, let's see. So he didn't just give us the... Right? He did! Alright, one time poppy, oleum, herb paris, and thistle. Okay, so herb paris is what we have to be worried about picking up. Oil, handful of poppy, one of thistle, and one of herb. Drop the poppy, boil for one, drop the thistle, boil for one. Oh, that's easy enough. Okay. Let's just do this now, before we do the whole... Damn it! Poppy, herb paris. And thistle. Ooh, he has also this, lithium water. That would be pretty badass, but we're not gonna. Poppy, thistle, oil. Alright, let's do... We need oil. More oil in. Speaking of snake oil, Sinnoh. Sinnoh, have you done a lot with this as well? Out of curiosity. Well, a handful of poppy, one of thistle, one of herb. Alright, so nothing needs to be ground, it's just poppy, thistle.
I won't get any sleep. I just won't get any sleep.
Underneated! You should brew the first Coca-Cola. Listen, with all that cocaine in there, no thank you. I've got enough. My coffee gives me plenty of wings as it is. I don't think we need to, roll with ye old Red Bull either. Before I got into the game, don't want to say spoilers. No worries, Sinnoh, not to worry. Let it cool and then add the Paris. That's what we did. Let's do this. Do we have to distill it out? I think we're supposed to. Are we distilling? Leave to cool and then add the herb Paris. That's what we did. Let's see. That would be a lot, Nate. That'd be a lot. I wouldn't trust that for shit. Did it work? Read lullaby. It worked. Cool. What's up, pal? How you doing?
I've got something for you.
Really?
How you doing, Hell? It's nice to see you.
Drink
Oh, it's
this
got poppy
and you'll
in
fall
it.
straight to
Oh,
sleep.
these people are out. This is milk of the poppy.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
I know where you're at. Okay. I know exactly where you're at. Oh, bless you. That's not an easy one. That is not an easy one. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to... First, we're gonna save. Which I have none... on me? That's so weird. Thank you, Henry. What a useful thing. Doing well. A cold took me out. Oh, hell, I'm so sorry. Combat skills are in the toilet. Oh, dude. The amount of time that we all have to spend with Bernard, though, there are some combat aspects in this game that are just straight up skill checks, and it's not nice. It is just not a nice time. Every now and then I'm just like, yeah, this is gonna hurt. Brother Elias. I don't think he can do anything to help me. Hang on. Wondering if he might have insight. But I don't think he will.
And who are you?
Brother Elias.
Are you accused of witchcraft?
What do you do here?
You have to have like a good knowledge about
Well,
what they do in the body.
I'm just
Basically
trying to help
medical
the
knowledge
Skalitz
without
locals as much
training
as I
in this
can.
time period was witchcraft. Which is pretty much just... Even to this day, there's still a lot of rampant thought about that, which is depressing. One fighting skill to level 3 and then learn Master Strikes. He teaches them pretty early, yeah. Yeah, I love Master Strikes, dude. Yeah, I came back to the game as I'm going to get an add-on that allows for an even little more XP boost and skill ups. Oh, nice. Oh, that's sick.
Do you know anything about healing?
A little. I can manage the basics, but without Brother Nicodemus, I'd never be able to deal with the more difficult
Oh, so he's
cases.
like an apprentice. The spices to show off health, yeah.
And what do you do here
Especially,
exactly?
too, also for dyes and such.
Mainly, I help Brother Nicodemus. Occasionally, I keep watch at night in case someone takes a turn for the worse. Sometimes I have to hold a patient down or
So
fetch
we
and
haven't
carry things.
ruined our reputation with the Skalitz.
How long have you been helping here?
That's convenient.
Since before the refugees arrived. It was much less crowded back then.
Arrogance, Nated. Arrogance, sadly.
Thank you.
No cure for it.
God be with you.
Arrogance and conceit are usually 90% of the problem. Let's see. Which are fantastic to know. I mean, medieval cooks, I mean, just medieval food, period. Delicious. Some of the flavor combinations are so unique compared to anything that we'd find today. Alright, let's see.
No
Nice,
wonder
big
the
tip.
knight such as you takes an interest in me.
Aw. You look bored. Who owns this house?
It's our local custodians. The most esteemed Sir Sebastian, Baron von Berg.
You don't think much of him, do you?
You don't seem to think very much of him.
Well, of course I do. A man with a nose so stuck up that it acts as a rain funnel can't be all bad.
That's my favorite quote in this entire game.
What does the custodian do anyway?
Well, he's meant to look after the local community and keep the peace.
But
But in fact, he seems more interested in robbing everyone blind.
Right, so no, same. I'm a big eyeball cook. Like, that's one thing. It's like, I'm like, my Italian eyeballs know when it's enough of something. That's part of what makes it mine.
I'm much obliged.
Don't mention it.
When I was younger, I used to be like the person who like took all the spices out of the cabinet and would like sniff them, would like try and taste them, and then like add them to food based off of like what tasted good together, what tasted like crap, what smelled good together, like texture. It's just, it's so funny being autistic and being somebody who's into these things. What's up, Crystal? How are you?
You look bored.
Beyond tears.
How can you be bored here in Sasau? In such a holy place, filled with knowledge.
Don't even talk to me about it. They won't let you touch the books.
Well,
They
good
don't want
morning.
to talk to you. And when I wanted to look at the remains of St. Procopius, at least, they ran me off. Me! Like some kind of thief. What good is the whole blasted monastery if I can't even do that?
Gorgeous. Underneated, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, dude. What's good? Appreciate you.
Well, they say there's not much left of poor Procopius.
What's
Thank you for
got
that
to
tier
do with
1. I
anything?
hope you enjoy your
I'm not
ad
blaming
previewing and
you.
emotes.
It's just that only monks have access to the reliquary in the crypt.
Folk were even taking relics away from St. Procopia's cave for protection before. Now no one's allowed in there.
I know. But I'd never dream of doing that.
Yay!
I just wanted to touch them for luck.
Maybe I could help you.
How? You're not planning some mischief, are you?
We might.
No, not at all. I was going to bring you something from the cave under the monastery where he spent his
Right,
time.
Blue? Oh,
you
girl.
can get in there. You could touch
Mood.
it for luck, and then I'd return it.
Well,
In fact, let me have some of my coffee.
You do that for me?
Of course.
Yeah, that would be good,
Then I'd
Blue.
be very
Oh
grateful
no,
to
she's
you.
in a rhythm, isn't she?
Take care.
We are the mischief. We're always the mischief. See, like, that's my problem, is that I'm just, like, look at this. Get a piece of the remains for St. Procopia's. Like, please? Someone, for the love of God. Oh, look at this. Oh, convenient. Oh, holy night. And yeah, Blue, how do we break her of this rhythm? Because, oh my good God, 3 in the morning is just too damn early. That's a very hot hell no, if you ask me. We are indeed the mischief as ever. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, but I got a book. Hang on. She's been sick. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, girl, that sucks. I'm so sorry, girl. Oh, no. I absolutely hate that. And the babies get sick. It's so sad. Oh, I see. She got the whole house sick. No. I'm sad. The baby. I'm like, she's trying her best. Holy relics from other churches. I have to laugh at the gaudiness of the Holy Roman crowns, right? Oh, Sinnoh, right? The poor little nugget. Blue, sending her so much love. That's so hard. Yeah, hope all of you get well soon, for that matter. Nated has the right of it. Because, oh my god. Not the whole house. I hope it's just like a cold and nothing. Just a little residual. I'm so sorry, girl. Let me tell you, the sinus infection this time around did not play about. Let me just tell you all right now that if you have the option to not get sick this season, please take care of yourselves. Whatever my mom just had too was real ugly. She was very sick. And you had the fatigue too, right? Okay. Alright, it's not just me. I'm not just hallucinating. Because I was like, no, my mom was like sick. Now it's just the regular tiredness, yeah. Which is fair and considerable. Alright, hang on. We're gonna go pick up the Rete Executioner. We haven't really visited, but this is good because that means that we also haven't lost our credibility with him. Because, hint hint, wink wink, you can in fact get in big trouble with the Executioner. Not gonna tell you all how, but that's something to be very careful of.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go pick him up, or at least have him teach us about the leg. Standard issue parental eepiness, right? Oh, Blue, so much respect for y'all. I've gotta say, so much respect in my chat for anybody who's a parent, pet, or otherwise who is, like, deeply devoted and chronically exhausted. We see you, we feel you. I am so sorry, dude. It is not an easy time. Being the parent of anything, be it animal or human, is just... Honestly, it's a staggering amount of responsibility that I really wish that more people were properly prepared for before they jumped in. This is the town proper. I don't know if this way out is going to be available to me. I think I might have missed my turn. No, I didn't. Okay. Whoa, that's west. We need to go east. Thank you. East, east, east. I'm casting Cure on chat, right? We need it. Oh yeah. Well, especially too because you're constantly needed, right? You're constantly getting pulled in a direction. Like, that's one thing that I can tell y'all that, like, In my decision to not have children, I am so comforted that I just am not, I'm like, nope, 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 nope. And when somebody was like, but why? I was like, because I don't do well with being constantly needed. Like, I'm very blessed with Raja that he is a very hands-off dog, but even sometimes the responsibility of a pet who, like, constantly has to be attended to, it is very tiring. Now imagine raising a little person who has to develop thoughts and ideas about the world and a sense of self-concept, and especially in this constant hellscape. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. I love y'all. I have so much respect for those of you that do it. I know that y'all love your kids with all your heart and soul. I'm sure I would love mine with the same intensity, but like, no thanks. But like, no thanks for now. I'm like, I've just come out of chronic illness. I would like to, have the chance to savor that. Shout out to all the parents, exactly. Shout out to all the parents. God bless y'all. I send you all the love and support in the entire world. All the restful nights in the world that y'all can possibly get, please get them. But dear Lord in heaven, have mercy. I don't wish it upon myself.
Yeah.
And that's exactly it, Blue. It's like, especially too, as somebody who's been through chronic illness, I'm like, I just don't know if I would have the emotional capacity, and that's kind of where my decision has come from, is that I'm just like, you know, I kind of just like, I'm like, I think this might be reckless. Podagross, I'm sorry, baby. I'm asking him for things he just can't give me right now. I'm just asking this horse for things that he can't give me. I'm like, if you could just take me up this, straight up the side of this mountain like it's Skyrim. Skyrim the hill, right? I'm willing to share it, right, Nate? Same, dude, same. Especially from, like, my childhood and my history, I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. At least for now. You know, like, I would need a really stellar partner. Like, I would need the kind of thing where, like, my life looked very different than it looks at this moment. How selfish, like, bro. You do not understand how absolutely selfless it is to be childless. In a society that pushes so much, yeah, dude, yeah, and especially now with this dystopian weird-ass messaging that's like, we need to get the birth rates up. I'm like, good luck. Good luck, because me and all my friends, we are not even freaking talking about dating.
Yeah.
I'm like, our asses are not even interested. I'm like, ladies and gentlemen, we are in an age in which this is not necessary, therefore get the hell away from me. Like, oh my god, Blue, you missed it yesterday. But I was talking about how once I get into my granny core outfit for the night, even if I had a man in my life, if he even looked at me, I would lose it. I would be like, you have never met me in your life, sir. Hands off. Next week, my sister and I at least are doing a girls' day. That sounds wonderful, Crystal. I hope you have a wonderful time. Oh, that sounds so relaxing. You guys need it. This has been a stressful ass season. It's gonna be nice, relaxing, good catch-up, good conversation. Pull out a nice bottle of wine or something. Like, listen, it's very hard to go wrong with a good girls' day. Well, and that's the weirdest part, Nate, is like, the weirdest part for me is that in a society that pretends that it cares so much about birth, we don't do anything to actually make sure that those kids get good education, have access to, like, resources. I'm like, yeah, nah, y'all can miss me with that fake shit. I can't be bothered. Bring a child into this world when there's already so many that need a home. Yeah, I know that feeling. My sister's a stay-at-home mom. Oh, Crystal, it's gonna be wonderful. I hope it's such a good, relaxing time. I hope it is so nice and relaxing for you guys. I hope you have a ball. Now, for those of you in my chat, especially y'all ladies who haven't seen the new Nosferatu, look me in my eyeballs. Look me in my goth girl eyeballs. You need to go see this movie. Like, your ass is on fire to go see this movie. I am about to be your guiding influence. Get your ass into that theater right now. Listen to me, I don't care how much it costs. Spend it on yourself. Go on a solo date with you to the fucking movies for 2 hours. Thank me later. I have never in my life seen a better movie. I'm thinking about this movie in ways that are like quantum. Some of y'all need to take your butt over.
Yeah.
Go and enjoy this absolutely wonderful movie. Crystal, y'all need to see it. Nosferatu, the new one. Oh my dear God, not only is it faithful to the prior adaptations, but this is possibly the best movie I'm willing to say I've ever seen in my life. See it? Thank me later. This is a movie for everybody who's ever engaged at all with their dark feminine. Enjoy it. It's for everybody. Honestly, every lady I know has been like levitating with their eyes rolled back as we get out of the theater. I was just like, oh girls, we're eating so good. And Mary Shelley's Frankenstein adaptation is coming. I'm like, we're eating so good. Gentlemen, I'm not saying that the movie ain't for you, but what I'm talking about is that this is a very important discussion about abusive relationships, about autonomy, about trauma, about healing, about agency. This is, woo. Yes, it is, Blue. Yes, it is. It's honestly what I think a lot of us needed to get reinvigorated, if I'm straight up with y'all. Because all I'm going to say is that your girl has not been happy for a long-ass time with the theater, but now I am. All the big words coming out. All the big worlds coming out. Woo, I can clearly speak. Are you the executioner? I can't swim. God damn it, I forgot that this is not Skyrim and I can't swim. I'm, you know... Henry, just one swimming lesson, my brother. That's all I'm asking you for, is one swimming lesson. It is, ooh, Blue, the agency demonstrated in this film. You're gonna be like nerding so hard. I'm not even kidding you when I tell you, Blue, that I brought a notebook, Crystal, and I was actually taking notes during the movie. I was literally like, the cinematography, the soundtrack, the ambiance, the costuming, the color schemes. Like, I'm literally over here taking notes as if I'm about to, like, take a class on it. I was just, it was 10 out of 10, honestly. It was 10 out of 10. It was 12 out of 10. Facts. He still cannot swim, hell. Now, that being said, I do think that it makes sense for this time period, so feel free to sound off on this as well, but like, it would be a bit weird if we actually saw Henry swimming. At the very least, it would belie some experience that we don't know if he's actually had. Like, yes. Y'all are gonna be just going crazy for this. I went so hard. I have never been this way about a movie in years. This is how I was about the OG Underworld Evolution. When I saw Underworld Evolution for the first time, I was like, I'm obsessed with it. Nosferatu has ignited in me that, plus like everything that I have ever felt during every one of my classic favorite movies. Oh no, it makes perfect sense. Exactly. I think it'd be very weird if we suddenly saw, oh my, hello. It would be very strange if we suddenly saw him swimming. Jesus Christ.
I need help with a wounded man from Sasau.
And why should I help you?
Brother, he has 0 charisma?
It's really important.
Go on.
Henry.
Do you know anything about broken bones?
No, Henry. If you want to rough someone up, then you can go elsewhere. I'm an executioner, not a thug.
Get this man a floaty, right? A little floaty unicorn.
Actually. There's a man in Sasau with a badly broken leg. They tried to straighten it, but now he's unconscious, and he just
Knights were trained to swim until the armor got too heavy to swim,
and the monks won't touch him?
Yeah, that would make sense.
That's right. They say it's in God's hands.
True enough. But it doesn't mean we can't help him, too. Where's the leg broken?
Above the ankle.
All right, listen. They won't let me in to see him, but it's not all that hard to deal with. There are two
I always feel
bones
good
there,
completing
most
this.
likely both broken. One of them probably didn't set, or it set badly. You can find both of them by feeling for them. If he's lost weight, it'll be all the easier. You have to find the place where the break is and get the two parts together. But the pain will be agonizing. He'll scream
Herman.
like a wounded beast and flail around all over the place. You'll have to get some strong fellows to hold him down so he doesn't do himself a worse injury. Don't be afraid to dig your fingers right into the flesh. And don't let the screaming put you off.
All right.
God bless nurses and
Hopefully I'll be
anybody
able to
else
do
in
it.
my chat who works in medicine.
You will.
You are
Good luck
essential
now.
and important. God bless you, because That was a lot. I'm just saying. Heather, I'm literally trying to leave your yard. Hurting to heal is so real, it is. And 1300, 1400s roughly. This is guessing without doing research, yeah. People drive us crazy, yo. I have so much respect for you guys because, honest to God, like, how sometimes you guys do not just completely lose it is beyond me. Poisons. Alright, we could also do Ravna. First, let's go back and set his leg. Then we'll go up and do the Ravna thing, because that takes me all of 5 minutes. We're just like going in a straight ass line today. Is getting them to let you, yes. Yes. That and also them getting to you. And like Crystal can tell you this, especially in long-term care situations, the fatigue is real. Especially too if you're dealing with somebody like, so for example, I'm just throwing out an example here because of my time in neuroscience. We were talking a lot about patients with dementia and how frustrating it is to see neglect and abuse at times because people just don't have the stamina to really, like, long-term help with those conditions. The burnout is horrible, and then when you see people who are being placed into abusive situations as a result of it, it is actually nauseating, but it's also like your empathy explodes because you're just like, oh dear God, like these people don't even want to be in this situation either, you know? And yes, I just lost control of my controller. That was fun. 10 out of 10 recommend. So much neglect and abuse, and it's heartbreaking, it is. And one thing that I can tell you guys, one thing that really helps out a lot is to have these honest conversations with people about if you think that they're burning out, especially if they're like in a long-term care situation. Sometimes something as simple as like, can I pick up groceries? Can I help you vacuum? Can I, like, it's just like little shit that will actually help. Find the police saying we were holding her hostage because why else would my son... Oh my God, Blue. I'm so sorry. That's so heartbreaking, and the abandonment. Oh, and the abandonment of that. See, that's the kind of stuff that just ravages my soul. Like, I hear that testimony, and my heart is just immediately like, protect her at all costs, number one. And God bless you guys, because I cannot imagine how difficult that decision probably was. And like, it's one of the hardest parts about the medical industry is like sometimes what's best for the person literally doesn't feel good to have to administer. Oh.
Yeah.
I really hope he never gave up on his mom. It's hard, you know, it's hard. But especially, too, when it's your parent who's aging or getting sick. Like, especially, too, as we live in these days where a lot of folks' parents, a lot of folks' relatives are getting taken in by, like, conspiracy theorist stuff and, like, things that are just very polarizing. The thing that I keep on trying to stress to people is that I'm like, guys, everybody's scared. Like, I wish all kids were this way with their parents in memory care, right? One thing I constantly stress to people is I'm like, everybody's scared. That's a lot of cognitive stress. You know, not everybody has the stamina to constantly disseminate information. We're just aliens. I know, right, Nathan? I know, right? Remember back in the days when, things made sense? It's like when we talk about, the Elder Scrolls 6, I'm like, remember back in the days when Bethesda cared?
Yeah. Want to earn a bit of coin?
Nope. Nope, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm like, brother, you're addressing a fully kitted out knight.
Yeah.
Alright, hang on. I gotta figure out where we are here. Oh god damn it, I'm doing the thing.
Yeah.
Collectively had the energy to give a fuck. we're all just so tired now. Yeah, it's the constant emergency state, and it's very like, and Crystal probably knows this, and I know this because I've worked animal surgery, where basically every other 5 minutes you have somebody who's just having a panic attack that has to be dealt with. It's called empathy fatigue, and it's such a real thing where it's like basically we are all so exhausted that we cannot possibly attend to all of these things at once, and because resources are not being well allocated to the things that can be addressed, we're all just in a state of basically learned helplessness. And it's like, unfortunately what happens is that as that goes on, people become less and less empathetic. It happens a lot too with relatives, unfortunately, with like long-term psychiatric cases, especially in the friends or family. You see people start to pull away, and it's like because they're just tired. What's up, Phoenix? Hello, Ansel. Hello, baby. I hope you can hear me. I'm giving baby voice. It is essential that all of the puppies at all time, no matter their age, receive puppy voice. Just needs to stop. I think one of the biggest parts throwing fuel on it, yeah. But here's the thing, right? And also, and this is another aspect of it, it's important that we have the news reports, but it's also important that we as individuals have the self-control to also know when to turn off the news. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys, I saw exactly one of those videos of folks leading their horses out of the fires, and I literally made the executive decision that as a lifelong equestrian, that was the point at which I was like, okay, here's how to get access to resources, and beyond that, I am done trying to, be of help, because there comes to be a point at which you realize that you're getting emotionally compromised and exhausted and perhaps very upset and drained, and you're like, okay, I gotta take this situation into my own hands and stop watching for my own sake before I become someone I don't recognize from being exhausted. And I think that that's something that as we all get older, you know, it's like, it's very easy, I think, to constantly project that these are issues that are on like these larger institutions, but it's like, yeah, we also have to choose not to engage with them. It's like, trust me, if everybody stops watching a news organization, the news organization's not going to thrive. It's like very similar on streaming services. Like, if everybody stops subscribing to Netflix as one, Netflix will naturally reduce prices because they've lost too many people. And so it's important to also be able to divest and move away from stuff. And to also, by the way, know when you've hit your limit. Like, there are certain things that I have upper limits with. Like, especially any cases that involve animals, I just immediately know that, like in the past, it was kind of a funny boundary I had to set with my mom. But she used to come up to me and be like, can you believe that this organization or these people or whatever abuse these animals? And I just looked at her one day and I was like, Mama, I gotta tell you something. I mean this in every spirit of love. I don't want to fucking hear that on a Saturday afternoon, you know? It's like, I don't want to hear about how somebody left their dog outside to starve. That's the kind of thing that makes me viscerally angry. Exactly, Sinnoh. It's from divesting. It's from having that conversation that, like, boycotts do work. And that being said, it also shouldn't completely have the onus placed upon the consumer to have to do everything, right? We should also have legislators who are in charge of actually making real change. God bless us there. That's all I'll say on that issue. But it's a situation where it's like, it also is about having the self-knowledge to be able to be like, I'm overstimulated, and to like stop engaging with the thing that upsets you. It's like people who like hate watch content and stuff online. I'm like, y'all have time for this? And it's all rage bait, and I don't even have the emotional energy, right? Right, Blue? Same. The weirdest dream, not quite nightmare ever. Tell us. What's up, Uber? It's good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, so no, it's a really sad, we're living in a really sad time period, and I have to say that one of the more disturbing things for me was like, with that whole Project 2025 shit, the complete transfer over that we saw. So like, you know how during the whole United Health thing, we're talking about the AI algorithm used to just auto-deny claims for health insurance? That's a thing. But guess where they're about to apply the AI algorithm is to veterans. And I was like, when are we going to draw a line and just realize that no one should be using this algorithm at all? Because it's insane. Exactly, Nated. Same. Same. I check it very selectively. And yes, let's get into some dream talk, Phoenix. I'm curious. Started with a bang, huh? Cray, I gotta tell you, all the spiritual people who've been forecasting this ish forever, the only thing that I gotta tell y'all that has been really weird to me. Equity, right? Right? And it's, yeah, and they're like gonna transfer it all over that, and I was like, Sinna, when I tell you that I completely lost my shit, and people were like, it was really funny, because I think people were like thinking that, it's just, it cracks me up how like when you have a platform that's like, I would really like for all people to receive care. I really don't think that people have to verify why they deserve it. I think you just deserve it because you're a person. People really take that and they feel some kind of way about it, which is fascinating. More psychological studies should really be conducted on that. But I think that they thought that I was like excluding veterans from that list. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Y'all are literally at the top of my list. Literally like, excuse. Yes, let's take care of everybody, but not y'all. I'm like, oh, for the love of Jesus. I was like, what in the name of unholy Christ? I'm gonna Saw like them with a group of people, apparently most of us. Brother, have you been watching Saw? Because that sounds specifically like a Saw scene. People are stupid as fuck, right? Uber, I know. The reading comprehension makes me sad. See, what we need to bring back is media literacy. Is like the ability to fact check, the ability to look. So like, y'all could probably hear this. I've stumbled into the great misfortune to find out that a very close loved one of mine, unfortunately, has been sucked down the far-right conspiracy theorist nightmare hole. And has been engaging with a platform that, to be honest with y'all, I didn't really even look that much into, and then the minute that I did, it was like the most, depressing possible outcome. Where basically what I discovered is that my loved one is pretty much drinking the Kool-Aid of far-right, white supremacist, fascist bullshit, and I was like, you know, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Y'all ever just get tired? Y'all ever just see something and you get tired? Absolutely glared that bitch down. Yes, that's the way. Watched a Saw movie in years. Well, Phoenix, I think it would be hard not to have a lot of empathy for what's going on right now and to feel trapped. I think a lot of people right now are seeing the events happening in our world and are just feeling generally a sense of being suffocated. That's why too, like, when we talk about playing games like this and whatnot and interacting with history, like, one thing I want to just stress to y'all, it's so important more than ever that we all just stick up for each other. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my loved one who's unfortunately very, well, I should say loved ones, who are very indoctrinated. That being said, I will have nothing to do with the views that they espouse, and I adamantly disagree with them, and at first blush, like, I would smack that shit down like my life depended on it. But it's not my life to weigh in on. And that's like, and I hate that. This is making me genuinely feel like I'm going to just smack someone in the head. Hang on. Never, what's up, dude? Thank you for the lurk. And it's so sad, Blue, and it's one of those things where I've just had to literally, like, you kind of get to this point where you're just like, I have got to literally disengage from interacting with said individuals and just kind of, like, move forward, and I hate it. But I'm like, it's the only way that I will not become a ranting, bitter, raving, furious nightmare. Exactly, Uber. It's one of those things where it's like, I think there's certain things that, and for good reason, aren't unseeable, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes stuff just really isn't unseeable. Especially when it comes to the views of, like, friends and family and people who are in positions where they can make decisions about you. You could lodge yourself blue in the face, but they just want to see or understand what's wrong with some of the shit they're— yep. It's the white supremacist stuff that really gets to me. It's the white supremacist that, like, is reusing and recycling old campaign materials from historically dangerous groups that to me is just like... I've been doing the same damn circle. Poor Johanka's probably like, what the hell happened to him?
Your money or your life?
Get the hell away from me. Your money or your life. Buddy, my horse can outrun you in seconds. I'm like, don't even try it, please. Bro, I'm so not looking forward to having wolves in this equation. And I think that that's the unfortunate bit of it, Blue, is like, it's very sad. There just doesn't seem to be a whole lot of logic applied. And that's where, for me, like, I literally had to consciously decide that I was like, I cannot allow this to erode my health, because it will erode my health to keep engaging with it. And then past a certain point, you just kind of almost have to, like... I hate to use the words tune it out, but, like, it's almost like it's this sort of background beat that you do almost have to tune out at times with people. Where it's like... Ugh. It's like, for example, this is a really loose example. So obviously what's happening in Los Angeles is disgusting and horrifying and oh my god, what the fuck. Like, there's just nothing that we can say about the Los Angeles fires except what the fuck. Flat out. This is heartbreaking. It shouldn't be happening. But it is. How do we help? What do we do? How do we help everybody get to the resources that they can so that everybody can be safe, so their pets can be safe, to help them rebuild? Like how do we put boots on the ground here to help, right? I think that that's where most of us, especially those of us that are like very people-oriented, are kind of thinking is like, okay, this is abominable. What can we do? Well, in the midst of all this, people are like, oh, and then there's people who are celebrating because the city's burning down, and I'm like, I'm gonna just be so candid with you guys. Maybe I just have a particularly curated social media feed, I don't know, but I'm not seeing anybody celebrating these fires. So, I don't know who folks are interacting with, but I'm literally not seeing people celebrating. So I'm like, if somebody wants to cite that, that would be really legit to help those of us who are also scratching our heads and are like, wait, are you seeing this on your timeline? And it was really funny because, like, I hit up a friend of mine and I was like, have you seen this on your timeline? Because, like, they're referencing this. Like, I haven't seen this. And this is not to discredit what other people have interacted with that's traumatized them. But I'm like, yeah, we've also got to normalize in our society citing sources, because half of us are like, well, we haven't seen it. Like, you've seen it? Yeah. Okay, good. So it's actually real. Because I'm like, what is it, like a fringe thing? Because for the wide majority of us, we're all kind of looking around and we're like, what? People calling it karma. Well, that's not really, that's not the tone I'm talking about, like, actual celebrations. I'm talking about, like, the kind of thing that's like, it's like, no, like, this is. I'll put it to you this way. I'm talking about the kind of thing where it's like people are holding, like, parties in their house kind of a thing because they're so happy that some shit's happening. Yeah. Like, that's the level that we're talking about. I'm not, like, the people who are out here talking about karma and divine retribution. I'm just gonna put to you this way, it's just not, there's a time and place, but if y'all wouldn't go to someone's funeral and behave that way, why the fuck are you behaving that way in the face of a natural disaster? It's just like, oh please, dear God, please Lord, just somebody, smack them. Don't call it a good thing, and this is the thing, so there's this whole big thing, there's someone talking to the animal hospital and they said they were getting cats with melted whiskers. Yeah, think of now, how do we fix this exactly? And then there's folks who are like, well, there's people holding parties in their houses, celebrating the fact that all the rich people's homes are burning, and I'm like, y'all realize that, like, Los Angeles is for the most part not a rich city. Like, that's not, like, 100K a year as a salary might be very comfortable and very wealthy in your towns, but, like, 100K out there is not wealthy. Like, Until you've really been in California, you don't really realize how different the price differential is. Yeah, that's full-on psychosis, Uber. Okay, good. So this is real. Because I'm gonna put it to you this way. Like, those folks are out of their minds. And I felt this way about the Carolinas, too. I was like, anybody who's, like, hoping for another person's home to burn down, just so that we're perfectly clear, is out of their mind. Yeah, no, they nuts. Nope, nuts. We had a guy who walked around the animal vivarium with a fucking hunting knife. Just like a fucking hunting knife in a pharmaceutical vivarium where the animals are supposed to be non-stressed. And I was like... And he was a PhD with 2 separate postdocs with, like, Nobel laureates. And I'm like, and he's running around with a fucking hunting knife out. And not like, and by the way, not legal issue. This is not for like legal use. This was well past that fucking 7-inch margin. I was like, call the police. I was like, bro, call security, call the police. Like, what are we doing? I was like, can we all please stop taking our lives into our hands? Yeah, but refuses to leave. Oh, Blue, I hope he's gonna be okay. I really hope he's gonna be okay. It worries me for folks. But yeah, no, it's absolute madness. Like, anybody who's out here celebrating other people losing crap, like, I don't care how many issues that you have with somebody. If you're out here, like, wishing death or, like, wishing a loss of a home upon somebody, maybe, like, self-reflect and self-examine. Because, like, that's kind of a lot, you know?
I see there's not much going on around here. So you've stayed here on your own?
Quite so. All by myself.
Would he need that kind of cutlery?
Were either killed by the humans or fled to Rattay.
All I can tell you guys is that in this economy, I know, right, Nated? Oh, don't worry, but half the health gurus will sell you a package to their plan, which is literally a shadow work journal that they bought off of Amazon, AI generated, and have never done themselves or read or proofread. Don't worry, guys, we're doing great. I'm like out here and I'm like, if half of y'all would read the old occultist texts, then y'all would just understand why 90% of this shit is snake oil. And it cracks me up so hard because, like, whenever we talk about spirituality and spiritual path and, like, dark feminine and all this crap, I'm like, I'm a left-hand path practitioner, which means that at the end of the day, my final authority on something is me. I don't fuck with none of this right-hand path crap because this all sounds very cultish and this all sounds very much like, you are going to get holier than thou beaten into submission, which I'm not really about. I'm just about, like, be a good person because moral compass. Sometimes I just wish that we could, like, take spiritual culture and just, like, lift it up and show them the grubs feeding off of their attention that is not on the actual source materials and text and just be like, guys, there's a whole world outside of there are resources outside of this insane bubble that people get stuck in. Like, I used to be in all these Facebook groups because friends would add me, right? Like, that were, like, spiritually oriented, and you would just see the most insane shaming going on. It'd be like, my husband tried to murder me. I was thinking that maybe, like, I'd really just like to, like, hex him so that his shoelaces are always untied. Like, something very benign, right? Like, something that's just, like, it's witchy, it's simple, it's not like, you know, she's not like trying to like smite the man with lightning. It's literally like, I would like him to face consequences of some kind. And 90% of the group would turn into this insane cult-like mentality to the point where people were making, like, actual death threats. And I was like, brother, over untied shoelaces. I was like, right-hand path, are y'all okay? Because, like, me and my left-hand path friends ain't give no fucks. I'm like, what is happening? So you be a good person or suffer punishment, then you're not a good person. Exactly, Phoenix. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like...
Do you think folk will ever go back to their homes?
Well, I don't know about Skallets, but the folk
just
here
like,
are sure to want to come back.
She asked about untied shoelaces. She didn't ask about freaking...
Do you mean the priest?
She wasn't, like, trying to sandblast
When
him.
the land's at war, Noblemen fight to protect their property, but simple folk want someone to tend their souls.
By the way, a bunch of us spoke with
But
her.
it
She was
the
fine. It
Skalitz
was just
parish
really funny.
priest who ministered here, wasn't it?
He did, but there's been no sign of him since the attack. Or at least he's definitely not in Rattay among the refugees.
That's true enough. I didn't see him there.
But if you're interested, young fella, maybe you could help us
Right,
find the
Blue?
priest
Like,
we
that was
need
my
here.
thought process, too. So I was like, you know,
I can always ask. But I've really got no idea where to start.
I can help with that. A few years ago, there used to be another priest
I'm so
in
gladish.
Simon, I think his name was.
Simon. Father Simon. I remember him. That's the one who went missing, right?
I don't want to spread rumours, but they say he was in love with his housekeeper. And then she died somehow, poor thing.
these are into hexing, exactly, right, Blue? Well, that's the thing, too, is, like, I'm left-hand path, so I believe that to each their own, right? Like, I don't go into nobody's house and I'm like, you're doing it wrong. I'm like, that is not my business. You know what I mean? Like, that's between you and whatever you consider an authority, whatever you consider a guiding force. Not my problem, but all I'll say is this. To all the girlies out there tonight who, like, maybe need somebody to be, like, unhooking from that shame, there is no shame in defending yourself. That's all I'm saying.
That's not a story I've come across.
It only reaches folk who care for such tales. Well, to finish the story, Simon left the parish and ran away. You know that already. There was neither sight nor sound of him for a long time.
Like, I
Until
fully
this
believe in
spring,
live and let live.
he showed up
Which
here.
is like,
And what's he doing here?
I'm not going to tell you that your trauma is too
People
small to
say he's
hex him.
become a hermit.
All right.
You know?
And where can I find him?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but you could
Heavily
start
modified,
by
of
talking
course.
to that
Nice.
girl's parents. Well, they live on a farm nearby, and it's likely they know more. They may even have had words with him.
I'll go and see what they have to say for
Oh,
themselves.
Blue, I
God
gotta tell
go
you.
with you, lad, and I
gotta
pray
tell
you
you.
find him.
I'm gonna be
If some
so...
heathen stabs me in my sleep, I'd rather have a decent burial.
Don't worry. I'll bring someone.
Good luck,
I'm gonna
dear.
be so straight up with y'all. Believe me. Like a laboratory experiment. Don't get your hair in it. Don't get your saliva in it. Don't touch anything with your bare hands. Away from you. Specific petition. Secure container. Nothing explosive, nothing corrosive, nothing like that's gonna like leach out. Your own clear conscience. You're set to go. It really does not take much. Like, I have got to tell you guys that when we talk about, like, stuff, especially, too, here, when we talk about, like, the esoteric and the craft, one of my favorite funny myths that we've made up about spirituality, and it's really come about in recent years, is that we have to scare everybody before they jump into anything, and I'm basically like, as long as you approach it like you would approach an experiment in the lab, like, with a lot of care and consideration and concern for, like, how the results are going to come out, you'll be fine. Like, you'll be perfectly fine. 90% of the time. Of the time, you'll be fine. The only thing that I would say is that a lot of times people have errant hairs that will like fall and stuff. Literally get a hairnet, get a bonnet, get something on. Because trust me when I tell you that if one of your hairs gets in that bitch, ooh, you will know. You will sadly know. And you do not want those kind of problems in your life. So please, for the love of God, just, you know. A bright pink satin butt, that's exactly it. Literally, Blue, that's exactly it. That, and also, by the way, rubber gloves. Look me in my eyes. Rubber gloves of some kind. I don't care if you use nitrile or otherwise. Do not be touching none of that with your skin cells or bodily oils. It will cause you to be bound to it. I repeat, if any part of your biology touches any of those materials, you are bound to it, which is absolutely the complete opposite of anything that you would ever want from such a situation.
Yeah.
You know the number of people who have literally, always for hexing in specific. When it comes to blessing, I mean, like, listen, the best way to get blessings is to also pray for your friends in the deal. By the way, for those of you that don't know this, this is free witchcraft tip hour. Please always pray for your friends too. Pray blessings into their lives. Part of the reason why some things don't manifest for people is because they're literally just praying only for themselves. And it's like, if you have a deity, especially a deity that works a lot with connections, that deity is probably going to challenge you to pray for more than just you. Not even worth. Well, here's the thing, Sinnoh. It's like, I'll put it to you this way. It's just intentions.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. For the most part, unless you're doing something really old and really complex, because this is something that I've had to do for folks on a regular basis, unfortunately. Our current state of our justice system. Won't get into too many details about that. Yes, you have to sanctify everything. So basically, the first thing that you do, so if you have Florida water, if you have, like, special washes, fixed soaps, any of that, you want to, like, wash down all your tools. You want to always, like, cleanse the jar, do all this stuff, like, get everything purified, right? Like, just basic hygiene, spiritual hygiene for the materials. But basically, my whole thing is that, like, if you're going to cast a hex, it's not really a big deal. Like, it's, I think people take it here, but it's more like here. Unless you're casting something that's truly old and, like, diabolical, then it's more like here, where, like, that's the kind of calamitous thing that, like, oh, yeah, don't talk about none of that, you know?
Hey, is someone there? God preserve you, good night. Can I do something for you?
I'm looking for the priest, Father Simon, and I heard you might know of him.
Simon? What do you want him for?
And, like, this is the thing. When I say use laboratory safety, I mean, like, don't get your hair in it, don't get your body oils, don't get whatever in it. But, like, if you're in a pinch and you're like, I just want to cast this thing, and you don't sanctify, you're not going to be smote with lightning from the heavens. Yeah, like, you're not gonna, like, suddenly wake up and your hair fell out. You know what I mean? For the most part, most forces are not going to, like, if you're truly in need and in a pinch, most things are gonna be, like, very, like, okay, honey, we get it. It's like you wouldn't demand that a survivor of, like, a horrible accident or something shows up a given way when they come banging down your door screaming for help. That's usually the way that most forces kind of treat this approach. So, Killcamper, I'm glad it's been so long since I've seen it. Unfriended? No, I've never seen that. They read the intention. Everything always reads intention more, Williams, for the most part. For the most part. There's some ancient exceptions, but I'll be honest with you, you guys aren't just gonna, like, stumble into that.
I'm looking for the priest who used to take care of St. James, and the locals tell me they saw him around here.
I don't know if I can help you there.
Intention is pretty much, I would say intention is about, like, 70% of the deal.
What is it you want to know?
Sometimes...
What went on between Simon and your daughter?
Nothing that hasn't happened before. Our Mary was his housemaid in Scotland.
I like her mom a lot.
She was pretty, very pretty. And he was young, and so things went the way they do between comely young folk.
Aww.
She came back home one day, heavy with child.
Yes, these things happen. What can you do?
Trying to do too,
I said
yeah.
as much.
Well, yeah,
I was
it's
just
like
glad our girl was provided for. Only she never had the chance to hold that babe in her arms. She didn't live through the birth.
I'm very sorry.
Such is a woman's lot in life. Men die in battle, and women in the arms of the midwife.
And what happened to Simon?
The poor man. He took it the worst. He was sure God's wrath smote Mary for her fornication.
Which, since we're on the topic... By the way, for any of y'all who are occultists or interested in the topic, virgin blood just means blood that has not been used in a ritual. I said what I said. Please let it sink in. If I see one more game or movie in which virgin blood rolls out some poor pubescent child, I am going to lose my goddamn mind. If your blood's never been used in a ritual, then yes. In that context, yes. Virgin blood just means someone whose blood has not physically been used already. But virgin blood can come from any source, when I tell y'all that the number of things that are so frustrating to me, like the fact that people think like the eye of the newt means an actual newt's eye, motherfucker, it was slang for a fucking plant. Well, half of y'all do. I'm like, does anyone use their smartphone and Google Scholar for anything except fapping about anymore? Effie rage uncorked. Thank you. Literally.
That's rubbish. People lie together out of wedlock all the time, and God never smites them down.
That's just what I told him. But it's hardly my place to lecture a priest. And who knows? Maybe he was right. The Lord moves in mysterious ways.
Madam, your halo of static hair
grief.
is,
He barely spoke, didn't eat, refused to take a new housemaid. And then, one fine day, the presbytery was deserted. It took a good season before another priest came along.
Eye of newt and tongue of dog and all this other crap, and I'm like, it's plants! It's plants! We're talking about plants! I'm like, does anyone Google?
Where can I find him? He's said to be wandering around here somewhere.
I heard that too, and I'm inclined to believe it, even though I haven't seen him
It
myself.
just makes me like,
how come?
Please stop mangling the what?
After our poor Mary went to her rest, we used some of the money he'd paid us to put a cross up by the roadside. And lately, there's been wreaths of comfrey turning up next to it. I don't take them there, nor my husband neither.
You think Simon does?
Who knows? Maybe it's a miracle. I could believe anything. But there's not been fresh ones for a while, so perhaps he's moved on elsewhere again.
Stupidity and hatred people can gravitate towards on social media is astounding, right? Like, that's, yeah.
Can you tell me where that cross is?
Certainly. There are settling tanks for the mines to the west of Skalitz. On the hill above them in the woods,
It's just unbelievable. The staggering
Mary's
lack
cross is by one
of
of them, close to the brook.
All right. Thanks.
willingness to actually use the technology we are literally physically holding in our hands.
I'll be going.
Very good, then. And if you do find him, let him know that we have no hard feelings.
I'll tell him.
What a wonderful mother.
Good luck, then.
Mother goals for everyone, if you ask me. Mother freaking goals right there. She's so lovely. Poor thing.
Yeah.
That would be so hard. To lose your child in such a massive tragedy. And then to have to deal with the, like, just overt cruelty of people being like, well, she deserved it because she slept with the priest. Like, oh, for God. My cup overfloweth with disdain. Have you seen the history of the Vatican, brother in Christ? Willingly squander them in favor of peace.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, it's like, listen, it ain't for everybody. I'll put it to you guys this way, though. I think the number one thing that irritates me into hell and back when I see it is whenever I don't think I've ever found this once a day in my life. I wish I had a Savior Schnapps. This is feeling like regrets. I think the number one thing is that y'all have to choose what works for you. For me, I just hate it whenever we see these, like, especially these new agey folks, and they're like, we're gonna shame you into submission. I'm like, brother, I'm like, you can actually kiss my entire Italian ass. More of a marketing thing. It's just a common slang name. Basically, sometimes it would be a descriptor, but 90% of the time it was literally just like a little... 90% of the time it was just like a little, nice. Casual 111 groschen on 111. Well, in this time period they wouldn't have, but I think the biggest thing is, Williams, is that it's like the local slang name that, like, especially like local herbalists and such would give it because it was easier to identify it, but also because, and this is just a reality of life, I don't know how many of you guys have ever encountered this before in your own daily lives, but like, if you're gonna go into the woods and pick a plant, right, you know how, like, especially people who are into foraging will know this, there's sometimes people who don't understand the concept of only taking a healthy amount. But you would create also a slang name for something so that the local people wouldn't necessarily run off with, like, whole barrels full of it. What the fuck was that? Yep, that's why I practice on my own. For those who say you have to be part of the group, I use the phrase, do I look like I give a funk? Yeah, right? I know. I crack up really hard. I crack up really hard. I think that for a lot of folks, what they don't really understand is, like, sometimes being in a group of practitioners is great. I'd be willing to argue that about 90% of the time it honestly just creates more politics. Yeah. Like, I really love Deborah Harkness's take on it, in especially the Blackbird Oracle, when she's talking about, just, like, the sort of hassles that come with coven life, and it's like, oh, well, why would someone prefer to be a recluse? And it's like, because the politics aren't for everybody. It's honestly quite exhausting. And especially because you have the Shame Olympics. Which I don't support at all, in case y'all couldn't tell by now. And exactly, Blue. So it's like, you're gonna create also multiple names for things, because the last thing that you want is for everybody to take the primary resource, right, and make it so that nobody can have any of it. Shame people into misery. See, here's the thing. I know some people who are energy vampires who are in very healthy relationships with people who, like myself, are energy generators. Like, I'm somebody who is always going to have a lot of creative energy that I can pretty much use and output as needed. Yeah. So I'm somebody who, like, I don't get, for example, intimidated by the idea of someone, like, consuming that energy. It's about the intention behind the consumption of it, if that makes sense. Like, if somebody energy siphons me, I'm like, okay, I've got more to spare in the tank. Like, I'll recover no problem. But it's very dependent on the person. But sometimes the people who are in those relationships, every now and then you'll come across people who are, like, so well adjusted and actually in very healthy dynamics that I'm like, yes. Not all of energy vampirism is purely parasitic. Some of it is actually a symbiotic relationship, because there's also people like myself who, as an energy generator, I'm gonna be so real with you guys, you do run into a situation where you have an overabundance, and it is quite nice to actually get rid of some of that. Not even gonna hold y'all. I'm like, oh, thank God. Is it? No, you're just a basic ass. You're a woodcutting camp. What I need is... Is it this far? It might be this far. Yeah. What I mean is, like, when we talk about the ones that drive me crazy, it's the politicians. It's the ones who are dragging crap into spell work that just doesn't need to be there. You know what I mean? Like, for the most part, I'm Mrs. Live and Let Live. But, like, when I catch people who are just shaming folks for absolutely no other reason than their own repressed religious trauma, I'm like, maybe consider that paganism isn't for you if you're a super hard ass. Just saying. I'm like, this will shock you, but studies show that you will be significantly happier not being surrounded by people who are in a practice or in a craft specifically because they want to do their own thing. Yeah. Should be around here. Let's see. This is such a cute thing. I love these things so much. There is... I don't think it's literally just that camp. That's Pribs. I don't think it's that far. Might be this. We might also be about to get our ass handed to us. Come on, Podagros.
Yeah.
Whose name I love. Podagros.
Yeah.
Oh, the woods in this game.
Ah!
Ow. You bastards. I was like, if that was an ambush, that was good.
Yeah.
And as y'all can see, you can in fact fall off the horse.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Hang on. Let me see something. You've been saved, none of that's available to me. What's my nourishment at? Is 68, so we'll eat. I'm trying to remember where the hell this guy is. I normally always stumble upon them in every other playthrough that I do. Of course, the one where I'm hanging out with you guys, it's like, no. Aw, the deer. It might be that. It might also really be that. I don't know. Well, this is about to be, yeah, let me see something. Let's see if we can talk to him at least and figure this out. No, we can't. Alright. When in doubt, pony out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pink Pony Club! You know that I've still never heard any of Chapel Roan? I know for a fact that Phoenix is just like staring deadpan at the screen as I'm saying this and is like, what? I've still never heard any. I somehow managed to miss all of it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Top 5 Spotify Wrapped? Nice, dude. I don't know nothing about her. I should say them. Because I'm assuming that their gender is female. Just like y'all, or are y'all just the camp on the hill? Oh yeah. Nope.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. Y'all ain't got shit. She's a great singer. I'm gonna have to check her out. Eventually I'll get there. Usually if something's popular, it takes me a while to get into it. I've become, unfortunately, exactly what I was like. Oh, I can't believe that everybody's like that about Game of Thrones. Now that I saw the ending of Game of Thrones, all those years ago, and I was one of the, like, people who was very hopeful it would be a good ending, and it was not. Now I'm just like, oh.
Yeah.
I discovered Privislavitz. Great, we don't want to be here right now. Bro, that show, like, literally the fact that those two just went and did their own thing completely, and the fact they had nothing to do with George's original vision for the series still makes me so angry to this day, because I'm like, really, y'all? What the hell? It was not good bad ending, it was just bad ending, exactly. Might have as well have been a musical.
Yeah.
Honestly, it would have gone harder if it was a musical than it ever could have. Than it literally ever could have as a show. It was so bad. I was almost impressed by how bad it was. Like, there's few things that could surprise me. That managed to. If you're gonna make it bad, yeah, exactly. Make it hilariously. Like, make it comedically bad. And instead they were like, no, we'll take this opportunity to just make it bad. And I was like, no. I think the biggest problem with it is that we're just supposed to scrap all of who Daenerys was as a character for the entire story. And it's like, bro, this is literally just some insane fan fiction that y'all wrote. This has nothing to do with George's actual story, and we have so many unresolved plot lines, nothing is answered. Euron was a joke? Excuse? Whereas, like, Book Euron is literally, like, the dark messiah of some kind. I'm like, oh my god, please, Jesus, just help me. I'm like, God, make it make sense. It's legitimately insane. And, like, that's the biggest problem that I have with D&D. Like, and then they went off to freaking Star Wars and then ruined that, and I was like, oh boy. I was like, here we go. And this is why they should not be writing. I was like, good lord, gentlemen. There's a way to do these things. They did everything wrong. Every single thing was bad. Alright, now that we've saved, now I feel more confident doing this. If my memory serves me, he was not that terribly far away. So this was his house. So we're gonna, like, trace our way back up behind his house, if I'm remembering correctly.
Show what you're made of.
Here we go. Feels bad, man. We have our first dog attack. Whoa, bro, how many of you are there? Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna enjoy this. Yeah. I like double that.
Ah! Thank God we just saved. Hang on. Where's my bandages? Oh, good. We have one. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, puppy. I hate this. This is why I don't like the fact that dogs are in this now. Also, are we going to talk about how decent my fighting's actually going?
You got.
Sorry, puppy. I don't want to fight your dog, bro. No. All right. I think we're on the way, though. So sad. I know. I hate that they added dogs to this. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I'm like, I hate that. And therefore not an actual pupper. It's so upsetting. They're literally hunting dogs that are like trained for this. And then we could have a dog and the dogs would fight. And I'm like, I don't want this. I'm like, I don't know a single fucking person that wanted this in the game. Like, now we have to worry about dogs jumping at and biting us. I'm like, bro. The bandit raids were fine. We didn't need... I'm like, ugh. You know? Sometimes games make decisions and you're just like, I don't think that this is a great design decision, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's just making everyone sad.
Yeah.
Let's bring the horse so that we can avoid these guys. Because while they're great fighting experience, I am not in the mood to deal with them. Like spiders in Harry Potter? Probably not, because this game is all about realism.
Yeah.
Which is like a little bit... It's like, it sucks, which I realize, but it's also like, I admire it on the devs' part because they're so committed to their product. Like, obviously I wish, but it's one of those things, it's like... I don't know, I feel like it might also change the integrity of the product to such a point where it was no longer the same thing. Like, basically a good chunk of Kingdom Come is about the idea that, like, you're not going to be able to take shortcuts and you're not going to be able to, like, there's even some speech checks that you fully think that you're going to pass that you wind up failing. On the principle that, like, oh, it wouldn't make much sense for this to actually work for the narrative of the story. So it's like, it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, I'm glad that the devs are relentless about their product, I am. But I'm also... I'm just sad. I don't think any of us likes the reality of dealing with the fact that we, like, have to deal with the doggos, you know? Where in the name of God is this consolation cross supposed to be? So she said west of the stills for the mine. Well, the mines are over here. Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the gameplay is so badly aged. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm glad that the story was at least good. I hate it when you go back to something and the story isn't as good as you remembered it. You're like, no. I made a mountain of this in my mind. It's really funny to me that every other time that I'm not actually looking for Father Simon, I find him. Of course, the minute I'm actually looking for this man, he's nowhere to be found. Like, please kill me. Mountain combat. A horse is faster but carries less weight. Absolutely not ever. Yoki, let's go. It was hard to play. I'm so sorry, dude. That sensation sucks so hard when it comes to, like, games that are just the love of your life. I had that when I was revisiting a bit of Shadow of the Colossus. I still love that game with all my heart and soul, but dear God in heaven, do you forget a lot after being away for a while. Oh, one thing I'm excited about for the sequel, the horses are looking crispy. I was like, these horses are looking absolutely freaking gorgeous. It's one of my all-time faves too. I love it so much. Right? I agree, and I love The Last Guardian just as much too. I was like, you mean to tell me that I get to have pet time?
Yeah.
That will never go amiss with me.
If I want to leave the province, I'll have to get permission from Sir Radzik.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, can I just say that learning how to ride in this game through what are rideable bushes versus jumpable bushes is honestly such a marker of who's played the game long term. Not to like flex or anything, but when you really know, you know. You get so used to like seeing the gradient pattern of them. It's funny, like if Sinnoh's lurking, Sinnoh's chuckling, because it's such a thing. After you've ridden the woods a few dozen times in this game, you're just like, I know where I'm going. And that's the thing with Team Ico, they really love to have their games where the human controls are like very stumbly. Like when you're playing as a kid in The Last Guardian, you legitimately feel like you're moving like a child does. And getting stuck in the rivers, rites of passage, essential rites of passage. So no, this is so funny. I feel like in every other playthrough I find this no problem. And yet in this one, I'm just like straight up struggling. I could swear. Go for it, Fizz. Welcome in. Welcome in. It's very nice to meet you, by the way. My name's Effie.
This is certainly no time for roving.
Okay, so we can't go up there.
Yeah.
Go down in this way. I swear to God, every other time I find this man by accident. I was like, oh, I'll be nice and freshened up for them so that I can intimidate them and blah, blah, blah. And like, now I'm just like, well, the best laid plans, you know? Alright, so here's her house. I always swear to God, I thought it was like... And absolutely, Fizz. We have a couple of game veterans in here, so if any of us can help you, please feel free. I really think it's up in here. Or like in this kind of an area. I don't know why. Difficult? What's the combat like? It's challenging, it's punishing, and it's not going to hold your hand. I'm so sorry that probably just launched an ad like literally the minute that you asked that, Fizz. Don't worry, I'll wait for you to get back. Let me know if you do not have an ad, in which case don't worry about it. My little thing is designed to go off for scheduled ad breaks.
Yeah.
But yeah, the combat in this game is extremely punishing. This is one of those things that you have to train up a lot at Sir Bernard before you will ever feel totally confident going into any, And I mean, Sinnoh, feel free to weigh in here too. I think the combat in the game is just the right amount of challenging. I think if you kind of know what you're doing in a combat sense, it's not terrible. Oh, no problem. I just wanted to make sure. I was like, let me just check and make sure that you didn't get smacked with an ad there. Okay, great. Oh, that's such good news. I'm so glad that it makes sense and that they're not hitting you with like one of the longer ads, but no, like... So the combat's punishing. You want to train a lot with Sir Bernard. What you want to do is the minute that you get Sir Bernard released, like the minute that he is available for you to train with, you want to be training with that man like your life depends on it. And the reason I say that is because, to be honest with you, the most, I would say, time-exhausting thing that a lot of folks just don't really kind of wrap their heads around is that Henry is such a noob in this game that he really can't do much, and it's actually very accurate to how it would be without proper combat training, especially facing bandits versus peasants versus brigands, versus like armored knights. There's like a whole different skill cap on some of these abilities. So it's really, I would say, Sir Bernard is key, Sir Robard is key, and not just the passive level ups that cost you money, but I'm talking like the actual like practice with a practice weapon constantly. Get a really good feel for it, because honestly, isn't brigand a fun word within the game, or is it just a case of me? It's a case of you learning. It's a case, and I know how dissatisfying that is. There's kind of a 50% thing that's going to go on here, right? Like, you're going to get better at because you just naturally start, like, seeing things that you didn't see before. But then the combat in the game will be something that, like, you eventually... So I've seen people get trained up to the point where they can take on the initial humans who raid the village single-handedly with Sir Radzig's sword. Well, you know, and it's interesting to know. So the reason that they didn't put blacksmithing in this game is because in the second game we're getting it, but I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. From what I've seen of it thus far, there is some wonkiness that we'll talk about when the sequel comes out. But basically, the biggest thing that I will tell you guys, that I think that everybody kind of forgets, is that Henry is like, he is very much Sir Noob-a-lot. He's not really skilled at anything.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe I did. You should have some skill with it. You would think. I think the biggest thing that they were trying to stress in the beginning of the game, though, is that Henry is a lout. Henry is basically a typical 16-year-old teenage guy who was boozing and hitting on girls and, like, minimally useful to his parents. And the truth of it is like, it would be weird. Brain was like, huh? Right? Keyboard and mouse easier. I like controller better. Keyboard and mouse for me in this game. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. Keyboard and mouse for me on this game feels a bit like trying to play Dark Souls with keyboard and mouse. There's just too much going on for me to like properly relax and enjoy it. I love controller for it though. I love being able to sit back, take in the vista like at a distance and like just kind of like relax. Very much personal preference, but I will say this, for my hands and for how intense some of the combat gets, like I don't know how familiar you got with the experience in the time that you played it, but I'll tell you this much. Sometimes, for me, the biggest thing is that I was like, I have got to play this with a controller just so that my hands don't fatigue out. Dark Souls game's a true masochist. God bless you. God bless you, Talos. I don't know how the hell you're doing that. That's fucking wild. That's freaking wild to me. I could never. I just completely, like, would lose it. Oh, also, this is really... Oh, Sinnoh, it's happening. It's happening. I don't even think we've had one of these instances yet. Oh, it's happening, everyone.
Yeah.
Hang on, we're gonna find Father Simon. I'm trying to think what poison... I really wish that there was like a cheaty answer that we could just give him, but we're gonna set this guy's leg. That way she knows we're still working on her quest. Tina, do you mind Googling for me the location of Father Simon? I'm talking about is with a main quest line that you have to do some- yeah. I know exactly which one you're talking about. I know exactly which one you're talking about it. Thank you. Just because, like, I know I'm close by. I'm not sure how close, and I'm, like, going to become a lunatic if I do not find him. Right at the start, I couldn't find got my ass kicked, I think, in my rage quit. Yeah, because Kunish. Yeah, Kunish is a bitch. Kunish sucks. He is a character who is never going to be nice. I hope, you know, I irrationally hope that they bring up some reference to him in the second game. It's so trivial. I'm more mature from gaming. Listen, you're not the only one who had that fight in Rage Quit. I think that that's something too, by the way, with this game, like, as we talk about it as a group- oh, look at this gorgeous game. As we talk about this game as a group, one thing that I just really want to stress to you guys is, like, if you've Rage Quit in this game, you're not failing at this game. This game is incredibly punishing, and it's not going to be for everyone, and I think that that's a great thing from a dev standpoint because they're sticking to their guns on it. You know, it would have been so easy for them to sell out and do a thing where they, like, gave us all easy mode for when you just want to, like, run through the game passively. I love that they didn't do that. I'm all for game devs actually having a stance and owning it. And at least these guys are authentic enough to be real about why they do what they do. Like, one thing I love about Sir Toby and the rest who've developed this game is, like, Daniel Varver does not, like, pull any punches. He's very direct about why he's made the decisions that he's made, and... Where is Johanka? Oh my god, set leg. No help or nothing?
Are you holding him firmly?
Aye.
Ugh. Those were not normal noises. In life I'm mature-ish, but gaming used to give it up a lot.
Johanka.
You alright?
I come again in admiration of your selfless dedication. I would like to invite you to a fine banquet at my palace.
Ouch, right?
You certainly
Exactly,
have
Fizz.
earned...
I feel the same way.
What business have you here, fellow? Who let you in?
Bro is category 5 jealous.
I'm taking care of the wounded, as I'm sure you're aware.
Ah. Well then, run along and take care of them, and let me talk to Johanka. You're not needed here.
11 out of 9. Oh. How about having the banquet here?
I won't intrude, custodian.
That's what I like to hear. Well,
right? I was gonna say.
Has my invitation, so I look forward to seeing her soon.
I feel bad, but there's nothing I can realistically do. You okay?
Where? What's happening?
In Ravna already? But I haven't found him yet.
I see you look much better.
No, I feel much better. Then I heard it was all down to you. Thank you.
He was saying to you, a sick patient, I have some help in seeing Henry
Come and see me.
Madness. We would all just be like,
without my knowledge. Thomas is my name. God be with you.
Okay, let's... Father Simon might be in Ravna already? I know he shows up there after we find him. There's one location that I know for a fact. It's like somewhere in the woods. You have to basically rescue him from these bandits.
Quiet!
This'll... Kills a man's wits. Purple flowers is probably not going to be those. Mint. It's not mint, excuse me. Sage. Become dull-witted. Whoever drinks it in moderation, brewed in the right combination, shall gain strength in battle. Be sage or comfrey? Swelling and bruising. Here we go. It's comfrey. Biz, it was lovely to meet you. Anytime, dude. Have a wonderful time gaming. I hope you're playing something good. If it's the other place being referenced, it's east of Skalitz in the woods. Okay, yeah, thank you. That's what I think I'm looking for. Let's see. I think it's comfrey, maybe? Let's get comfrey. It's him.
Hopefully I have what...
Thank you. With any luck, I'll soon be feeling better. If you find the time...
Liz,
stop by
enjoy
to see
the
me in a
gaming.
few
It's been
days.
so lovely to hang
May
out.
the Lord watch over you.
Okay. So you still gotta fix him. Oh boy. Oh my god, please open the door. My brain. Johanka, I'm sorry I had to leave you with that predator. Johanka! Don't be mad at me.
The love of God! What have you been doing?
Tell me more about the situation.
Like Guild Wars 2. Oh, very nice. Look at the map near the river that runs north to south. Okay. Later, Fizz. Have a wonderful time.
Alright, that custodian Sebastian is really obnoxious.
He can be unpleasant, but in his own way. I don't know.
You can't be serious.
What's that supposed to mean? At least he was here, unlike you, the whole time. And anyway, mind your own business.
Hey!
God be with you.
I just... You know what, girl? I'm gonna let you cook. She likes her grumpy man, and that's just the way that she is. I can't even say I fault it. Alright, so the river that runs north to the south is this. Are you saying it's this one? This whole time? All the way to the east. You mean... Are we talking military east? Father Simon is west of... Oh. East. Wait, that's actually so funny. Really? I could have swore he was... I thought he said Weiss. Definitely Weiss. I thought he said Weiss.
Yeah.
Definitely Weiss. I can't believe that she's for real about to go with the Baron, but I'm also like, Johanka. Nor have I had lunch yet. Mood. That's a mood. That's a relatable mood. That shouldn't be relatable for me, but it is. Dysfunction. Hey yo, free food though, it's true. Facts. All I'm saying is that I understand it, Johanka, but at the same time I'm like... The way that he got so jealous the minute that he sees a man standing in the room with her, I'm like, Johanka, you're about to have a really funny time. That bag, that doggy bag, right? That's what I'm saying is like, listen. If you got it, flaunt it. There's some money ordering out again. That's fair, Sinnoh, that's fair. I'm so sorry you're not feeling the turkey meatloaf. I love me some good turkey meatloaf. That gave me such a craving to make something tonight. No, I wouldn't know at all.
Yeah.
I would not know at all. I surely have never had experience with such a thing in all my life. Yeah. Just investigates, you know, with a magnifying glass. Why did I just picture you going through them with a magnifying glass? That was for some reason my favorite image that came to mind. I know, that's because it's what we do here, Nefer. We talk about food and then it destroys me slowly.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it, because it's y'all. Like, I'ma get you. You can't run. Listen. No, you'll just get gaslit. Hungry. Kraut with me. Oh, that's a good combo. Hungry. I'm feeling quite hungry. We are going to need to hear Henry say that line at least once in this playthrough. If you don't forget the food, is it even a Kingdom Come Deliverance playthrough? I'm literally touching you. No, you're not! And don't worry, you're the obsessed one. I hate everything. And don't worry, you're the obsessed one. Blue, just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
You are the problem. Don't ask whose property it is. You are the problem. You're gonna be like, I am a guest! Aw, thank you. Listen. The joy of my life. The joy of my life is whenever I find a logical disparity like that, I'm like, now, this is irony. This is comedic irony. I'm like, we can acknowledge that this is ridiculous. It's a talent. Somebody has to take the L. It may as well be me. Alright, we are officially on Weast. I think? I think I know what I'm doing. That is the famous last words. Please nobody ever quote me on that. No, 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 no. Oh, here we fucking go. Oh, here we fucking go. Don't do it. Don't. Henry? Henry! Have some dignity? No? Oh boy. Oh Jesus. Oh Christ. Oh, here it comes. Ow. Hey, look, a cliff. Yeah, literally me. Hey, look, a cliff. Hey, look, my face, a rock. Let me see, we're gonna go this way. I would be willing to bet my whole life on this, and that's what's wrong with me, because I'm probably wrong. Maybe like a hike POV, right, Nate? That's what I love about this game, is that it's just beautiful. It's like... I hear you, you bitch ass. Come here. I know that you're here. I know that you hear me. I found you, you bitch ass! Jesus of Nazareth.
No hermit calls himself a hermit. They're all repentant.
Jesus
You all right?
Christ. Thank you, Sinnoh.
Yes. Yes, I think so.
They're skulking around here somewhere.
Good God! Couldn't
I'll see what I can do.
just don't...
What the fuck? Hang on.
Take that!
If you kill Father Simon, I swear to God. Brother, I'm in gloves. Can't I, like, hit him in the balls? Oh my God, you guys, if we die here, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm mad. Seriously, I just talked to the man. Jesus Christ. Oh, of course not, because why the fuck would anything ever help me ever? Take this venison. Very irrationally.
Shit! Alright, now you're dead.
Can I please knock either of them out?
You'll get.
Bro. I hate the way that they gang up. Father Simon, could you not run? Get fucked. You're getting stabbed. You know why? Because I've had enough. Get fucked. Jesus Christ. Could we all take a deep fucking breath? Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Father Simon. I got tired of their crap, exactly. Listen, that escalated so seriously, and for absolutely no good reason. All I did was talk to the man. Now,
God
come in.
Almighty, what did you do?
I think you'll find I freed you.
But what about those poor wretches? Did you have to kill them?
Poor wretches. They assaulted you and held you captive. Who knows what they would have done to you?
I know, but that didn't merit a death sentence.
Well, apparently it did.
Merciful God.
Are you in my bushes?
Just calm down, Father.
You sound specifically like the gaslighting of the bushes.
I'm sure their attack on you wasn't their first crime.
I know,
God.
but still.
I'm sorry, but there was no other way. With all this chaos in the land, scoundrels like these are crawling from under every rock. The governors throughout the realm are running out of hanging space.
I'll have to bury them.
If it pleases you, Father.
And to whom do I owe my salvation?
My name's Henry. You may remember me. I'm the son of the Scallop.
Jesus Christ, getting
Your
gaslit
face
by
does
this
seem
priest for
familiar.
rescuing him.
But listen, Henry, I can't help feeling you didn't stumble across me by accident.
It's true. I've come to ask a favor of you.
Me? What on earth could I do for you?
I need you to go back to St. James. The folk there need spiritual guidance. Skalitz is a burned-out shell, and many have died in St. James. They need a priest. Any priest.
I understand, but I have to disappoint you.
I forget how to actually get him to go back. Fuck. How many hours played and I forgot how to get him to go back?
I know your story, Father.
Then you know what I'm guilty of.
Yes. and I don't want to try to make light of it. Your conscience is your own affair, but I know that deep down you're a good man.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know me.
But I know what you did. Many priests break God's commandments willy-nilly and aren't the least ashamed.
That doesn't absolve me of my sins. God's law is set, no matter how often it's violated.
You're certainly right, but the people need you. And forgive me for being blunt, but while you can leave the presbytery if you choose, it doesn't absolve you of your duty to Christian folk.
But I'm a sinner. I'm not fit to guide anyone. I'm unworthy to do so.
Priests, bishops, monks, abbots, they're all sinners. Even the Holy Father himself is a sinner. You've done your penance, and now your people need you.
You're probably right. It is my duty. At least for a time. Until they find someone better.
That's the vibe.
I don't think I'll find anyone better in a hurry.
All right. I'll take what I can carry and go back to St. James.
Thank you, God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sinnoh.
Your parishioners will be very grateful. I need help with treatment.
And what's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing. But Philip from Skalitz is dying. He's lying in Sasau and won't last long.
Slowly now. What happened to him?
Nobody knows much. He's not wounded, but I heard he was hiding from the Cumans for days in a pile of carcasses.
The Lord have mercy. The living should never lie with the dead. His intestines must be purged, but even then he's in God's hands.
How do I clean his intestines?
It might surprise you, but you'll have to give him alcoholic spirits. The purest you can get your hands on. The best is distilled from Artemisia. It'll make him a bit delirious, but it'll help. I'll show you how to prepare it.
Mother of God. And then there's me, who's just straight up struggling over here. Alright. Right, so back we get. Henry, please don't die. I love how Johanka's like, and what have you been doing? It's like, bitch, I have literally been traveling all over this continent for you. I am not trying to win your affections, ma'am. I am literally trying to survive, and now I'm getting my shit kicked in rescuing a priest. What have I been doing? And what indeed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Let's ride to go and get back to her. Because that needs to be our priority. Basically, with all of these quests with Johanka, I'm going to tell you guys this straight up, viewers. Time is of the essence. Do not dick around and do not pass go or collect 200 without checking in on those quests. These quests will fail so fast, it's not even funny. Like, there are people who are like, listen, if you could do all of this beforehand, this is the way. I would say still do it in whatever order that you feel like doing it in, just make sure that you make haste, because quests in this game don't exactly wait around. Go ahead and shove someone away who actually wants to actually help right after you find that no one's gonna— yeah, exactly. She just, you know what she wants, you know, and it's very sad. She wants her Baron to save her, which is very cute, but I don't know why she doesn't just, like, show him affection back, and then proceed to get help for the injured. Like, she's obviously into it, so I don't know why she's not like, yeah, let's commit. Like, girl, you're into him, he's into you. I don't see the problem here. But the math ain't mathin'. So unless she's still attached to Matthias or whatever, like, unless she's still glued to Matthias, I don't see what the problem is here. that's the thing to know. Some people also just like to complain. And I don't want to give Johanka an unfair rep in this because honestly, poor woman has been through a lot and she's doing a lot to help the sick. But like, she does strike me as one of those where it's like nothing that you do is gonna really be good enough. And honestly, I'll never understand this, but sometimes in crises, that's how people respond to things. For me, I don't know. I feel like a simple thank you wouldn't go amiss in all this with Johanka. Yeah. But again, what do I know? I'm not her.
Yeah.
All I know is that the number one thing that always ticks me off, she could also be frustrated and lash out. Yeah, that's probably more likely it. It's actually really funny too, because like when you hear about the Baron trying to get her attention, I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
How are you seriously trying to woo this woman and ignoring the fact that she wants her neighbors to live? Like, please. God, make it make sense.
Yeah.
Nope. No! I don't even know how far back we have to load. I hated. I hate absolutely everything. Motherfuckers, we haven't even set the fucking leg. This is how I become the Joker. Alright, well let's go see if we can actually pass that speech check. Bro, we just lost so much progress. This game, I swear to Christ. I had to jump because I was being attacked by bandits with a dog, so we were gonna die either way because I was injured, Sinnoh, and then my horse fell and I died, and I jumped in the wrong area, and yeah, famous last words. Alright, here we go. Once again! It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Just shoot me in the head. Okay. Watching a redo attempt. I thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that. I'm just like, ugh, they sigh. There's certain things in this game, like when they basically added dogs to the bandits in this game, they made it so that whenever you have to redo things, you're like physically groaning. But on the bright side, we have a chance here to actually do the cool thing, which is the dialogue option, which I would personally prefer to do. I'm not really Mrs. Let's fight everybody unless we absolutely have to. Alright. So we said that he's like basically up in here. I think it was actually over here. That was so sad. This is why, by the way, you should always carry Savior Schnapps on you. That was my fatal error, was not buying more of them or making more of them. But on the bright side, once we do actually get there, we will not have to endlessly redo stuff. So that's good at least. Make people go insane. Listen, Nathan, that's me. I'm also the redo queen. I feel that. I feel like the redos, though, in Baldur's Gate are fun to watch, because you never really know with what the AI does. Oh yeah, well, especially when you're wooing one of the love interests and they disapprove, you're like, well, and now we're reloading. Alright, where are we? Jesus Christ, not even close. Podagrus. It's gonna be a long way, buddy. And hopefully no dying. Yeah, pretty honorable run. I know, he really is a little scamp, isn't he?
I've gone far from home. I better get back before Sir Radzig sends out a search party.
Sir, I am literally looking for the town priest. Alright, now, where the hell were they? Woo! Thank you, Knight. Now, I would like to not be in a position where I've got to fight. So now, where in the hell did I go? Yeah, Sarian is pretty, he's pretty troubled. We said it's Weast, right? Bro, why is it that whenever it's, like, imperative that we find the lane, I'm just, like, in the struggle bus? I swear we didn't go that far to find this. Just go downstream. I'm gonna hope I just come upon them. Even though I do not- this does not look like the area at all. Because it's not. Okay. I'm gonna become a genuine lunatic if we get lost finding this man again. You never found him? Okay. Hang on. It's like Weast. It's like this. What the fuck? It's in the woods and the river's rather steep. Yeah, like, so where... We said the west... It's farther west. Is it this? I'm like, what am I seeing? I had the mouse before. Just run through the woods and see. I mean, it can hardly be worse than getting our shit kicked in by a pair of bandits, right? Watch, there's just gonna be like a small army of humans that are like, hey, we've been left here to guard the silver? Yeah, all the way west would... Game. Hey, game. Controller? My controller just straight up said no. I love how I was like, main story stuff today has been running around doing anything except. There we go. We good? Why would you lie to us like that? People sad, I know. Listen. Listen, we have time after I forgot how involved this questline is, honestly, for Yohunga. That's why I was like, oh, I forgot. Like, this is actually... main story quest someday, right? Someday, when the world's brighter. I don't know. That's all I remember. That's literally all I remember of that song, because I'm not a happy song person. Everybody who is subscribed is very glad that their ears were just blessed with that nightmare. Oh my, that's a cliff. Jesus, steep. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Do you think we've hit the steep section or what? What the fuck was that? I really hate it when my house makes sound effects. I am what's supposed to make sound effects? Not you, my lovely abode. Now listen here, you scallywags. Unhand the priest. This is an order. Weird house sounds. Always running up to stab an intruder, right? And then you're like, oh, never mind. You're like, not this one. I do not. But I also know that I can pass the speech check without any difficulty. It's just a matter of, oh my god, I'm gonna freaking geet. I'm gonna lose it. Alright. You look like the wise guy. Please don't make me fight you again.
Hey, you! What are you doing here?
I've come for the priest. Simon.
There's no one here called that.
We should probably save where the location
Take me
is.
for a fool.
Alright.
I'll remember.
Maybe there is someone here. What of it? We're not going anywhere.
Now, as you can all see,
I don't know. Imprisoning a warlock can be a dreadful mistake.
What do you want about? Did you say he was a priest?
He is, but he's also a warlock, a master of the dark arts. Do you think normal priests go hiding in the woods?
No, but...
Exactly. So if you don't want your eyes to boil up from the inside, your nose to turn into a twisted root, and your tongue into a toad, you'd better start to run. Now!
No, of course. No, we don't want that. We're very sorry.
should that in my personal box.
No,
I found an
no
8-inch.
box.
Oh,
Clear
that's
out.
perfect.
Fine, fine.
Oh, Talos,
Take it
it's
easy
wonderful. I'm jealous. And now we don't have to bury them. Where in the name of God is he? Father Simon. Oh, I'm running
You all
over
right?
his head.
Yes, yes, I think
Welcome
so.
in, Blood. How you doing? How's the
Oh,
snow
what
treating
happened
you
to
guys?
those wretches?
They're skulking around here somewhere.
Good God! Couldn't you scare them off?
I'll see what I can do. Just don't...
But I just... The what?
Oh, thank you, my son. I was beginning to fear I'd
It's
never
I
get
still
out
got
of here
him.
alive.
Oh, that's perfect.
Times are hard when brigands roam the land and attack the defenseless.
But they didn't attack me. I saw them raiding birds' nests down by the path, so I took pity on them.
Which makes what they did all the more loathsome. That's no way
No,
to
I think
repay
we're
a
gonna
good
do the
Christian's
Godwin stuff
hospitality.
tomorrow, actually.
And to whom do I owe my salvation?
My name's Henry.
Well, not
You may
tomorrow.
remember me. I'm the son of the Scalit's blacksmith.
Your face does seem familiar.
Thank you.
But listen, Henry, I can't help feeling you didn't stumble across me by accident.
It's true. I've come to ask a favor of you.
Me? What on earth could I do for you?
I need you to go back to St. James.
He's the voice.
The folk there need spiritual guidance. Scalit's is a
He
burned-out
sounds like
cell,
one of the guys
and many
from
have died in
Oblivion.
St. James. They need
You know?
a priest. Any priest.
I understand, but I have to disappoint you. I gave up my calling. Instead, I've given myself over to repentance.
I know your story, Father.
Right?
Then you know what I'm guilty of.
His,
Yes.
yeah.
And I don't want to try to make light of it. Your conscience is your own affair.
It sounds so
I know that
close.
deep down you're a good man.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know me.
But I know what you did. Many priests break God's commandments willy-nilly and aren't the least ashamed.
That doesn't absolve me of my sins. God's law is set, no matter how often it's violated.
You're certainly right.
Shaka, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Effie. As you can probably tell, I die a lot. Boom, shakalaka raid. I love that. What's up, guys? How are you doing? Welcome in. It's very nice to see you, Shaka. What were you playing? How was stream? We are playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 in preparation for the release of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We have just refound a priest that we previously lost. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in. And we're dying a lot. We're playing Elden Ring. That's awesome, dude. I'm so jelly. I miss Elden Ring bad. Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in.
I don't think I'll find anyone better in a hurry.
All right.
To arms! I love it. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. What run are you doing? Do you have a build in mind? Elden Ring bingo. Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's sick.
I need help with treatment.
Right?
And what's wrong with you?
Right? That's what I'm saying, Sinnoh. He sounds like he's from Oblivion.
Won't last long.
What is Elden Ring bingo? Wait, I'm so fascinated now.
Much.
Like, hang on.
He's not wounded, but I heard he was hiding from the humans for days in a pile of carcasses.
The Lord have mercy. The living should never lie with the dead.
Now,
His
for those of you, by the way, that
intestines
don't know the
must be
game Kingdom Come
purged, but even
Deliverance,
then
you're
he's
in for a
God's
treat.
hands.
This game is sometimes a meme, sometimes a medieval simulator, and other times a death simulator.
Purest you can get your hands on.
The brand is
The
strong.
best is distilled from Artemisia. It'll make him a bit delirious, but it'll help. I'll show you how to prepare it.
Yay. Okay. Now, we're not going to do stupid things. How do I define stupid things? Stupid things are defined by me. Oh, God. It's just like, here we go. And so the bullying begins, huh? So Elden Ring bingo. So does that mean that you have to do a particular build based off of the bingo? Like, what's the... I need to know the parameters of this. Also, if you have to do post-stream stuff, feel free to. Do not stress, guys. Welcome in. But wait, how does this work? I have so many questions, because that sounds actually amazing and so creative. Also, please just take in the wonder that is this game, which is just... oh. The minute we get the sequel. Oh, lotion gloves, I see. Lotion gloves. Also our horse. I was like, do I even have the gloves here? Whoa, 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 no, no, no. No, no, no. By the way, saving in this game is rather brutal. So that for those of you that are new, like, let me explain this. Let me give you a little rundown. So basically, saving in this game takes place with Save Your Schnapps or at sleeping sites. So the last time that we had to reload the specific section, we got yeeted back before we did a whole section of quests. I'm hoping this can be a little bit different now. We might die again. Thank you kindly. This lotion is so nice because it actually smells like sea salt, which I'm like, ooh. La 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 la, trekking through the woods. Who knows though, actually. We might, you know what we're gonna do? So we're gonna go help Johanka. Elden Ring bingo. Essentially, 2 players have a 5x5 board with 25 squares with different tasks such as collect items or kill bosses. Ah! All weapons and starting classes are randomized. Both players share same randomizer seed. No. What the fuck? What just happened? Hang on. Why did I just get knocked out of my saddle? First player 2, so builds can vary as you have to play with what you find. Yeah, oh, I love this. Shaka, this sounds amazing. Is this a mod? Because I definitely want to play a little randomizer mod sometime soon. It sounds like that would be so deeply gratifying. Completed marked. It's locked from the other player. Okay. Oh shit, so it's whoever completes it first, I see. This is gonna be like, hey Sinnoh, you wanna pick up Elden Ring? Not me about to sacrifice Sinnoh. Don't worry. I'm sane, it's fine. Definitely fine and healthy. There was a qualifier match for the league, yo. Shaka, I love how invested in Elden Ring that you are. I need to get back in. I'm missing it. We have to do a mage run. We have a couple of things we gotta do. We gotta do a randomizer, we gotta do a mage run. We have to do a dex run. We have a couple more Elden Ring runs that need to get done. We need to finish Enotria. Dear God, we have Soulsborns that we've gotta get through. But first and foremost, I'm like, we gotta get ready for the sequel, because it's releasing in just a couple weeks, which I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, what do you mean you moved up the release? Smiles in panic. That's facts, Sinnoh. But an Elden Ring multiplayer, so playing Elden Ring for the first time with a friend, I feel like is just like I mean, don't get me wrong, playing it by yourself for the first time is one level of experience, but I feel like there's something just so uniquely special about jumping into it with like a friend and being able to just like have all the shenanigans. Yeah, they moved the release date up to February 4th. I was like, yes, let's go. I'm so here for it. Chaka, what are you the most excited for? Because I've now seen 60 hours of gameplay, so this is not a toot my own horn moment. This is I can totally provide insight into, I'll put it this way, experienced folks only really seem to have two critiques of it, and neither of them are like essentials.
I hope I can be of help.
I found you a priest.
Really? That's wonderful news. Who is he?
The former parish priest of St. James. I persuaded him to return to live among you, at least for a while.
So you found him?
Yes. He was roaming the woods around here.
I did not realize I am out of coffee.
You'll see.
Sad.
Once there's a priest, people will soon be back.
I hope so.
I've put together
Yeah,
a
I'm
small sum for a new
so
piece.
stoked about the new game.
So I thought a portion should definitely go to you as a reward.
Wait, no, you need this for rebuilding. Oh no.
I couldn't possibly take it. You'll need the money to rebuild the village.
As you wish then. I shan't weigh you down with it.
So, farewell.
It was randomly just hunting kids on the woods, right, blood? I was like,
let him run off again.
Serial killer.
Keep an eye on him myself. Godspeed to you, Henry.
He's just roaming the
Thank you
woods.
for your help. See you later.
He wasn't kidnapped or anything. I love how, but I love that Henry isn't really a gossip. That's one thing that I have to say, which is so nice. Oh, I can pick this up. Oh, we need a comfrey. Is there comfrey around here anywhere? Because I'd like that instead of having to... Oh, did we... Yes, we already did the Insomniac quest. Alright, we're gonna go back to Yohanka. We know how to fix this up. Henry is going to give us a voice line soon that's going to be very gratifying. Now, you see, I save scum at the sleep spots, because one thing that is so true is that if we had to go back one more time and redo all of this, I think you guys were going to teleport. I was going to teleport, the whole world was going to just fall apart. You're not comfrey, right? No, you're Thistle. Eldon, welcome in. It's nice to meet you. Greetings, greetings. Have you ever played and or seen Kingdom Come Deliverance before? Because let me tell you what, for those of you guys that are new to this game or experienced in this game, I feel like there's always a little something for everyone here. This? Yeah. Oh my gosh, Eldon, you will love it. Comfrey grows most banks by water and ditches around fields. As per the wiki, why thank you, Sinnoh. Sinnoh's got the wiki open, Sinnoh's ready. Sinnoh is ready. I'm like, maybe I could pick comfrey instead of having to buy comfrey. We could also go and clean out the monk's garden. I don't think he'll mind. I think he'll mind. But, you know, it's a garden. Medicinal herbs are meant to be used, surely. I'm making excuses, aren't I? Here's sage. We don't want to give him sage. You're sage. You're not sage. And Dead Island 2, amazing. Look at the multitasking happening here. Absolutely love Kingdom Come. Kingdom Come Deliverance, I feel like, is the standard for what all games should be. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with it and are like, whoa, that's a strong statement, I mean every single word of it. I'm sure that Shock is going to agree on this point. Kingdom Come Deliverance is an example of what happens when devs have a true passion project and they stay devoted to their project and they see things through to completion. When this game first came out, it had some of the funniest but most charming bugs of all time attached to it. As we have seen over the years, as it has received patch after patch, this is a game where it's not just like, oh, the devs love their product. This is a game where you can actually feel the love that was baked into it in just about every single section of it. From excellent quests, great dialogue, amazing choices, an incredible combat system that really does actually force you, the player, to get better at it. It's not just simply a matter of like, oh, suddenly the game's combat just gets easier. No, it's literally a case where it's like, okay, you will improve, not just the game. Oh, fish bones, that's cute. Devs are like, how can we make the players cry? And then when they finally get it, the community pushes them to make themselves cry. Exactly. Then you will love this game, because the hardcore mode in this game is precisely that. And I cannot stress that point enough. It is literally a bunch of people who, suffer. And why? Because it's fun. It's... We'll get into it as you guys see the combat. You guys are gonna be like, damn. You get a +2 strength but a -1. What if I did none of those? Why would I take any of those? Let me just do Scout too. I was like, why in the world would I take any bonus that's, like, also going to incur a penalty? Pain. Witcher! Bro, there's a Witcher perk! We have to get the Witcher perk. That was sick. That was actually sick. Let's go. I forgot about the Witcher perk. I really feel like one of these places should have Comfrey. But yeah, Elden, this is a game where basically when I explain to you that the combat is punishing, what I mean is not like, oh, it's a little hard. I mean, like, if you are even slightly overwhelmed in this game, you are dying. It's like, prepare yourself for actually dying. Wouldn't it be crazy if I managed? That would have been nuts. Oh! So close. You have an arrow sticking out of your ass, bro. Get back here. You're making fun noises. Come back here. I'm Henry, bailiff of Biscuit Town. You must surrender to my, attempts. I don't know. How do I accost this deer for not dying? Well, it's gone forever. Okay, fine. Keep your secrets then. At least the deer in this don't try and fight back. I feel like if you shot an arrow into a stag, IRL, that thing is definitely coming after you, so like, I'm just kind of glad that that's not happening. Because it definitely could be. Let's just say that in this game, A quiet walk in the woods will, in fact, kill you. And also, Shaka, I don't know if you heard, but we're getting wolves.
Yeah.
Which is just so... I'm like, really? You don't say. Smiles in pain. We have got wolves coming. Yeah, I know. I had that response to Phoenix where I was like, oh my god. The pain is about to be so real. The punish of actually having to square up to wolves in this already challenging game. Like, y'all saw what happened just when we had dogs run up on us in combat. And imagine wolves. Has so many uses, right? They always do. It's always a good time. I'll tell you guys, I'm really excited to update our emotes. I have got a couple of things planned in like the next week or two, so just keep an eye out. We're gonna be doing a big ol' update of everything. I mean, well, not everything. The logo's staying the same. The general vibes shall still be immaculate. It's just gonna be a matter of how we express ourselves on the channel, so to speak. Also, I'm not gonna lie, the views on horseback in this game, like, so as somebody who's been an equestrian her whole life, I've gotta say that my favorite part of this game is just riding around. Like, 10 out of 10 would recommend that for those of you that are, like, newer to the game, honestly, you really cannot go wrong just riding around the woods to get acquainted with, like, the feel of the bandits and the combat and the peace of it, also the chaos of it. Alright, let's go in here. Does he have this for sale? Is that for... no, of course not. Why would that be? Alright, we need this. What do we need for... Alright, let's see what we need for Artemisia. Artemisia is gonna be wormwood and sage. Alright, let's see. Well, that fits, because Artemisia's wormwood. Which, by the way, amazing anti-parasitic for those of you that might ever need it. Okay. What are we doing here? Let's see. Spirits 2 handfuls of wormwood and a handful of sage. Drop in the sage and boil. So 1 sage boil. Grind the wormwood. Drop the wormwood into the cauldron and cook for 2 turns. Okay. This is gonna be nice and, this is gonna be nice and complicado for me. So it was that we have to grind the wormwood, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's get this ground up. Before we even deal with this crap. Because I also do not know when we need to officially be planning. Alright, so then the sage just goes straight in.
I just can't.
Drop the sage and boil in. Okay. Use that. And it said 1 turn or 2 turns. It's so funny too, because this is exactly how all of us witchy people do things. You need spirits, 2 handfuls of wormwood, grind the wormwood, drop the wormwood into the cauldron, cook for 2. So once the wormwood's in, we need 2, sage can just be on 1. And then we're distilling at the end. Okay. Grab this. Cooking ASMR, right?
I can't sleep again.
Henry? Henry? Oh no. Well, this is a new bug. Okay. Let's do this. Gonna give you this.
Dear Mistress Johanka, I come again in admiration of your selfless dedication. I would like to invite you to a fine banquet at my palace. You certainly have earned What business have you here, fellow? Who let you in?
It's the way he immediately gets mad.
Taking care of the wounded, as I'm sure you're aware.
Ah. Well then, run along and take care of them, and let me talk to Johanka. You're not needed here.
9, and what do I have? A 3, which is a 12, okay. Ugh, my speech needs so much help. I have so much charisma. Johanka doesn't need anything from you. Let's not intrude on them.
Custodian.
That's what I like to hear. Well, Johanka has
Like, we
my
found out that she's into it, so I'm just gonna let them be, but like...
her soon. Good day to you.
Hand over the trophies.
I have some, trophies.
Let's have them. There are plenty of them. My lad, you're the wrath of God personified. God be with you.
Alright, let's set this. Sorry everyone for the sound. Show of hands, who's met someone like this?
Hi.
See, like, here's the thing. I don't mind a little bit of, like, a yeah, I know. It's very... It's crunchy. I don't mind, like, a little bit of, like... possessive garbage.
Cute. Hopefully I have what you need.
What's up, Goodwin? How you doing?
Thank you. With any luck, if you find the time.
Take care.
Alright. Now what we will do...
What's going on now?
The brew's gone.
You could have saved some.
I know, but... God be with you.
Oh my god, not him wanting more. Hang on, let me see what we need for Lullaby again. This guy is just... There. Alright, what did we have to do with this? It was Poppy and Thistle, each for 1 if I'm remembering correctly, and then Herb Paris at the end. Ugh, I am so sorry, girl. What's your landlord doing? I feel like they always pick the worst time. For 1 oil, a handful of thistle. Drop the poppy in the cauldron, boil for 1. Thistle 1. Leave to cool before we do the Paris. Okay. Do oil.
I can't sleep again.
Missing 3 books? Yeah, dude. There's a lot of them. Wait. It's thistle first, right? Drop the poppy. No. Who's this?
I can't sleep again.
It comes to being shady. Yeah. No. There's a big difference between possessiveness and jealousy that, like, erodes trust between other relationships. In fairness, he's never seen Henry before a day in his life, and now suddenly he's standing there, so I'm like, aw, he's a little overprotective, isn't he? You know what I mean? Like, it's some random guy standing there in full plate armor with a sword on his back. And he's like, yeah, forgive me, but I don't know you. How do you know milady? So I think we can forgive. No, Blood, that's actually BDE. Like, a guy who gets protective because he thinks that you might be in danger and is like, who are you and what are you doing here? That's always gonna be hot.
I just won't get any sleep.
Okay. The one of Herb Paris, which we will use this for. Exactly, Eldon. Like, a guy who's literally like, excuse me, but what the hell are you doing on my property? And, also, is she in any kind of danger? That's always gonna be hot. That's always gonna be hot. Like, he might be a little brat about it, but honestly, bless the Baron. And Johanka's into it, which is like, ultimately, for me, it's like, if homegirl's into it at the end of the day, I ain't gonna tell her how to live her life. You know?
Brew?
Yes, please. Take care.
I've got something for you.
Really?
Here you go. And save some of it.
Thank you. Good luck then.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, that's you.
Oh, well, we can clear this up right now for you, Blood. She literally says that she's into him. Hang on.
Goodbye.
Hang on, this is easy enough to sort.
I'm not needed here.
God be with you, Henry.
That custodian Sebastian is really obnoxious.
He can be unpleasant, but in his own way. I don't know.
You can't be serious.
What's that supposed to mean? At least he was here, unlike you, the whole time. And anyway, mind your own business. Take care.
Yeah, no, if anybody ever, by the way, ever refers to me like that on stream, they get banned immediately. Yeah, no. It's one of those things where it's like, there's a difference between a guy, like, standing in and, like, politely being protective versus, like, being insane. You know what I mean? Like, insane is literally somebody who, like, starts giving you weird pet names or, like, behaving like they know you way too much. Like, that's genuinely nuts. What he was just like, who the hell are you? Like, why is there a knight in plate armor with a sword on his back standing here in front of this woman that I care about? And it's like, oh yeah, he's probably freaked out. Is there another thing like this in the game? Possibly blood. I mean, like, if you played any of the women's lot, the way that Teresa is treated is absolutely abhorrent. I think that for a lot of guys, the Baron is just triggering because he's very annoying. Like, even I as a woman can tell you he's annoying and endearing. What if I'm, like, in the same category? It's like, basically, like, how Teresa's treated in a woman's lot is absolutely dog shit, and there's no reason for it whatsoever. However, like, the Baron is just literally being overprotective. What if I'm, like, in the same category? What do you mean?
I see you look much better.
No, I feel much better. Then I heard it was all down to you. Thank you.
If you ever need to know about anything that's going on in Sasau, come and see me. There's nothing much happens here without my knowledge. Thomas is my name.
Not insane, but insane. Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. I think that there's a reasonable window, right? Like, there's, just like there's a window for
He'll
possessiveness.
be able to get out of this on his own.
Just like there's also a window for possessiveness that's, like, not nuts. And also, by the way, people who are,
it's you.
How are you feeling?
Good. It feels clean. Hope it helps.
like, there's this one book I read
Tell
where
them
this
to
man tries
rebandage
flirting
you,
with the main
David.
character despite
You
hearing
have
he
the
has a
bandages
boyfriend. The
here.
boyfriend walks
Thank
up to the main
you very
character and
much,
starts making out with him.
Don't mention it.
See, I don't even like that
Take
because
care.
that for me is very like, why are we using PDA to say what words can much more easily accomplish? But also because I'm a grown person, I don't like it when people just bud their way into my life that way. I'd be very annoyed by that. I'd be like, I am perfectly capable. Like, why don't you trust me enough to be able to put up a boundary? You know what I mean? Like, if I'm flirting or talking to somebody in such a way and it's making you uncomfortable, then perhaps the issue is that I might also be behaving in a way that's worthy of some concern. Our Baron says, like, yeah, he was here unlike you. Trauma bonded. Henry literally didn't know that you were alive. She was saying in his own way, though, like, listen, he's coming here to invite her to a ball. He comes by every day to see her. If she didn't like him there, she has a guard outside, and she would tell Henry. She's into it. Dude, she's into it. We don't have to over-explain it. He's annoying, but she's kind of into that, and it's okay. Like, I've been there before, too, with a guy where you're like, oh god, you are such a pain in my ass, but I'm okay. Like, this is, you gotta
His
realize,
wounds have been well taken care of.
he's a literal baron. It's not like she's sitting here in so much distress. She has guards outside that were posted by him. He comes by every day just to, like, see her. If she was unhappy, she would clearly articulate it. She's dealing with this man every day. Exactly. And, like, honestly, he's like oversticking his nose into her business, and she's like, oh, leave me alone. Let me have my weird little baron romance. Which, like, I'm all for Johanka being able to have that. She's adorable. She's so grumpy, but, like, for every valid reason. The point to the dude flirting with him? Yeah, like, it's very much like a... My boy's the goodest boy. Yeah, he's, like, trying to be like, is she okay? But it's like, she's fine. She's literally fine. He's over here being worried, and it's like, my brother in Christ, you don't need to worry. She's doing A-okay. Johanka has a position of, like, much respect in this situation, which is, like, the cutest part about this. One thing I have to say that I really love is that he comes in to, like, invite her, and then, like, the immediate just, like, you better not be about to hurt her, especially because she came from Skalitz in his voice. I was just like, oh, he's annoying. The thing that he is that he's a dick to Henry, I think because he's a little bit freaked out, probably because Henry and, with Henry and Johanka both being close in age, and the fact that Henry's taking care of the wounded, he probably feels a sense of like, oh Jesus God, who is this now? Is this like some former, because like remember, she used to be into Matthias. She was with Matthias for the longest time. And now she's not with Matthias, but now this guy just shows up. It's like, if he has any knowledge of, like, her past, then it's like, is this Matthias? Healing potion will be a trial and error. Oh. It's actually quite nice.
God save, Henry.
Let's see.
What happened?
We brought you back to the land of the living.
How? How long have I been unconscious?
For a long time. Your friends have left.
I have to find them.
Rest now. You're going to be very weary for the next week or two. You'll find your friends. They probably ended up in Rattay like most of our folk.
Well, all right. And Henry?
Hmm?
Thank you.
Yeah, no, if Homegirl was in distress, she's very vocal. I feel like she would make it very, very clear that she is bothered. You know, she's not really one of those that I feel like would be like, taking all this lightly. She's like noticeably pissed off. And by the way, in fairness, she has every right to be pissed off by everything the way that she is. It's absolutely infuriating. And then also she's stuck in a monastery with a bunch of men who like will not listen to her on the principle that she's a woman. And that's like, like they're literally out here pretending that she doesn't exist. So I can't exactly be, I can't also be frustrated with her because it's like, yeah, she's having a bad time. Let's see if she thanks us for all this now that they're all, I think they're all fixed up.
Tell me more about this.
Alright, is there anything else?
Alright. How are the sick and wounded faring? I don't think there's anything more I can do for them.
You did what you could. Truly. I don't know what I would have done without you. You saved a lot of lives.
She looks so much more relaxing. Oh, Phoenix, enjoy your lurk. That sounds delicious. Oh, good. They're better. Oh. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. I could have done more, apparently. Alright, let's save. How about some prodding? What's up with the custodian due to her being overwhelmed by her situation? Poor Johanka, dude. That's such a shitty situation. I mean, here she's clearly articulating that she seems interested. So, I'm gonna put it to you guys this way. If that's the only way that she thinks that she can get things to be any better, then I'm gonna put it to you this way. That's very sad. But she's not saying as much at this point in the game. So it's like, I hate to put it this way, but it's like, girl, you ain't articulating that. Yeah, and I mean, like, let me put it to you this way. If all she has is regret and no baggage attached in this time period, that's all I'm gonna say. That's a pretty fortunate save. Like, if basically what she's got going on in this time period is like, it's like, oh, you can get the bag. And then all that results of this awful situation is that there's just some regret, great. If there's further consequences, then I could see that being a situation that's like, okay, that's gonna get ugly. But that being said, he's also a baron, and if he does turn out to be long-term interested in her, then it's like, Johanka, what are we... Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Blood. Like she's in a really decent position of power here. This is like, for this time period, the fact that she can even say anything at all of this nature. The fact that all they did was post a guard because all she did was almost slap one of the brothers is literally like, normally she would have had either fingers removed for hitting a man of the cloth, or they could have fully gone full Monty, called her a witch, burned her at a stake. Like, Johanka has like an incredible amount of privilege, probably because the Baron's into her, which is kind of like one of those moments where you're like, girl, like, maybe you want to, like, look around? Maybe you need to look around you. You know what I mean? Like, perspective. A little looking around can do amazing things for a person. Because that's like, ah. It makes me, like, straight up cringe, you know? She's a witch. Sometimes. Sometimes. Especially, too, if they lived on the fringe of society. My point is that she's actually got a fairly decent amount of privilege going on in this situation, that she should maybe be, like, a little bit like, oh, right.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't need to bite the hand that's feeding me as hard as I am. Like, her nastiness and her vitriol, it's like, girl, if you're gonna turn around and then romance the dude to get the better conditions, right? Like, in theory. And then you're having buyer's remorse afterwards. While I agree that you should never have been in the position where you felt like you had to do this to start with, this was a plan that you yourself came up with. This is not like a... Like, this was not a situation where this man was assaulting you. This is literally you coming up with a plan and then regretting said plan. So it's kind of like, there's two lines of thought for me on that one, which are like, girl, come on now. It's like you're crying about buyer's remorse with a fucking Baron. Like, did you not see where this was gonna end? Did you not do basic math here? Did we not think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for the follow, dude. I understand Strife being middle class to begin with as an apprentice smith. I know, and that's, yeah, and that's like, blood, it's so funny that you say that, because like I was thinking this too, where I'm like, a lot of people are like, no, but Henry starts as lowborn. I'm like, brothers, look at where his house is, and I want you to please read between the fucking lines about where he is living and how his house is looking compared to literally everybody else's house in his town. Skalitz was already a fairly wealthy town to begin with, and he is in the middle class. He is literally not in the lower class. This has been a PSA. The lower class, in this time period, did not even have vegetables for dinner, okay? You had, like, barely the scraps that they gave the dogs when you were lower class. The rest of the peasant class was living horrifically. Henry is doing fine. His hovel was plenty comfy. Just because he's getting shit on by the likes of Lord Capon does not make him a,
Yeah.
Lower class was unskilled labor. Exactly. Exactly, Sinnoh. Like, just because he's sitting here getting insulted by Sir Hans Capon does not make Henry lower class. The actual lower class was living way beyond the means of anything that Henry understands. And there's sometimes some cute moments in this game where he just, like, gives these little suggestions, and it's like, brother, you poor thing. Like, you just don't know, do you? Low class was living in destitute, exactly. Whereas what Henry is middle class, and actually probably comfortable, I'm not gonna say upper middle class, but he is trending towards upper because his father was also a master blacksmith. Let me repeat that. A master blacksmith living in a town with silver mines. Trust me, they were eating good, they were eating fine. They had nothing to worry about. That's why his dad was so pissed off that he beat up one of his clients, because he's like, bro, that's my client and we're eating fine. Lord Closet case, but he's still well above the people like Kunesh. Exactly. Exactly. He's still far above the people like Kunesh. And that's why his dad was getting pissed off at him. Is like, he's like, dude, you can't be behaving like this. Like, we actually have significant status in this town. You can't just be out here beating people up and then ruining my reputation, because literally the only reason why we have food on our table is because I am skilled at what I do. And if people think my son is a thug, then someday when I plan to give this forge over to you, they're gonna think that you're a fucking thug, and then they're not gonna buy anything from you. It's like, Henry literally does not think consequences, but that's also because he hasn't had to. And it's a discussion in this game that's, like, so funny, because as you start to get into it, one thing that really becomes very apparent is, like, I really think that people don't have a sense of what lower class actually looked like in this time period, but if they did, they'd be horrified. Like, one book I highly recommend for you guys to read because it's a very intense but very important commentary on this topic is the book Lapvona. It's harsh, but worth a read. It's like, you want to talk about the real lower class? Read Lapvona. You want to talk about the nightmarish shenanigans of feudalism? Read Lapvona.
Yeah.
I know the song! Lapvona is like... Lapvona is a classic case of how there isn't any... Sorry, I have no idea why that just got so loud. My own voice did that in my mouth. That was weird. Lapvona is a classic case where, you know, since history really isn't taught, when I was in school, book I memorized, and memorizing facts, exactly. History is something that you kind of have to, like, go places and actually feel into. You actually have to talk to people around people who knew about an event or lived through it. Yeah, in the US, history is not really taught. I will tell you this much. European history courses designed by European professors do hit different.
Yeah.
European history classes are a completely different ballgame in every way, shape, and form because not only is context given in the geopolitical context, but like there's actual depth of information, not just breadth. Like the American school system focuses on breadth. In other words, like you'll have a wide range of things, but you don't go into them very deeply, so you don't know many things. Even though you'll know a lot of things in terms of like variety, you don't know a lot of things by rote memorization. You don't actually know, or you know them only by rote memorization. There's no actual critical thinking skills really being applied. From what I remember, yes, blood, unfortunately. It's a very weird, it's like the fact that we don't talk about the fact that that was absolutely not that is beyond. Fostering it in those interested in living in history, exactly, Sinnoh. That's the real way to learn history. I know, isn't it sad? Isn't it sad? Yeah. It's genuinely depressing. Hey guys, look where we are. One of these things are getting done. I know, blood, I know. It's hard because it's like the depth of information just isn't there in other curriculum and it's in other curricula, and it's just like it's so frustrating to have this conversation with like Europeans. I realize already that we're so unbelievably... Like, you have to understand, my colleagues were shocked by the idea that Oxford's admission already has you come in with a thesis. Like, you don't just get to be an undergrad student, you already have a focus of study and a thesis, and I'm like...
We'll have to send word to Sir Hanush.
That might not be necessary.
Who are you?
I'm Henry of Skalitz, in the service of Hanush's Captain Bernard. I'm investigating the attack at Neuhof, and I think this could be related.
Well, I'm the bailiff of Auschwitz. And I say we don't want any of that kind of trouble around here. What makes you think this has anything to do with Neuhof?
One of the folk at the stud farm recognized someone from Auschwitz among the bandits.
We have no bandits or murderers around here.
Really? They say he had a limp?
Shit. Well, allow me to introduce you to Limpy Lubosh.
Sad.
Or all that's left of him.
Well, I'm the bailiff of Auschwitz. I know, right?
Sacre. Nothing's ever easy. I'll have to take
they
a
were
look
really
around
like,
and
we
ask a
want
few
you to
more questions,
specify.
if that's all right with you.
You can take this mess off my hands and welcome to it. As for what else there is to find out, I don't know. But Look and ask all you like.
What have you done to my boy? My favorite haircut. This is the only way that I prefer men's haircuts. Who is Limpy Lubosh? When was the body found? His original is 2 golden retriever, and I'm like, we're not playing a golden retriever, Henry. We're playing a well-educated, sassy. We're playing... I mean, I don't even know if we're going to do any of the romance in this. Which, like, the second I say that, I know that people are going to be like, what, really? Because, like, I don't really feel like dealing with it for YouTube, to be honest with you guys. So I'm not going to say we're playing an asshole Henry, because we can't really without doing the romances. His mother's boy haircut. Nah, I like this better. Alright, who was Limpy Lubosh?
Who was Limpy Lubosh?
Who's gonna do
a poor crofter and a scoundrel. Can't say I'm too surprised what happened to him. He kept company with all sorts of vermin. He was always getting into some kind of trouble. Punch-ups in the tavern and what have you.
Punch-ups in the tavern. That should be a, it sounds like a British band. Why did he limp?
How come he limped?
My god.
He got that from some villainy or brawl a long time ago.
Also, speaking of hair. This one hair of mine. Someday I will conquer it.
Has he been up to anything suspicious lately?
I don't know.
Yeah, Mike, I'm not going to say that we're playing a jerk Henry, but I don't think...
But he always kept everyone in the village at arm's length.
Did he have any kith or kin in the village?
None. A loner he was. I don't know.
When Radzit goes, your mother was special too, I was like,
Do you happen to know where he was on the night of the Neuhof raid?
I've no idea. He
I was like,
it's
like the cringe
you never
is
knew
so
if he was
serious.
away or holed up at home.
It's like, no. It's so funny, like, in retrospect, like, when you go back into this game, you're just like, damn.
When did you find the body?
I was like...
And did anyone see anything?
Just now. And nobody saw or heard anything.
It's just like, it just freaks me out. Like, it's just such a weird...
gut him like that without someone hearing him scream.
Hanush is my man crush Monday.
Another thing about Lubosh.
Sir Hanush is just radiating machismo in the best way possible. I feel like I would be safer with Sir Hanush than I could ever be.
Mother of God, you look like you've been assaulted.
I literally have. What's up, Bor?
I've come in the name of
Doing
Sir Hanush
well,
of
how about
Leitha.
you, dude?
I'm investigating the massacre in Neuhof, and now a murder here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
I don't know how I can help you, but ask if you must.
Do you know who Lubosh used to spend time with? Kin or friends?
As far as I know.
Yeah,
nobody at
it's a
all in
very
this
loud
world.
entry. Doing well, Bor, how about you?
Do you know what Lubosh was doing the day Neuhof was raided?
How could they
I don't
possibly
think he
remember
was
what day
home.
that was?
I didn't see him all day.
Have you noticed anything suspicious recently?
There wasn't sight or sound of him for a long time. And then yesterday, he turned up at the church and even talked to the parish priest.
Music on
I
that
never
one,
saw
no
him do
worries,
that
Bor.
before. Probably had a bad conscience.
What were we even talking about?
Who was this Lubosh who was murdered?
Oh, with like the
You could see
Teresa
at
and
first glance
the...
he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
no
yeah.
good.
No, it's just,
I
it's one of
kept
those
well
things
out
where
of
it's
his
like...
way.
Johanka, sometimes I swear to God, I'm just like... critical thinking skills, you know? Like, this is the forehead rub of critical thinking skills. Same as Lupin. Oh, I know your mother. Like, bro, did you? Yeah, I know, right? It's like, oh, I see.
That's all. Thank you.
That's it's funny that you say that because like same vibes off of Lupin too, where I was like, oh, Lumir.
I'm at your service, Sir Knight.
I've come in the name of Sir
I love how
Hanush
the
of
women
Leitha.
are like.
I'm investigating.
I love how the
massacre
women are
in
like, good
Neuhof.
lord, you look
Now
like
a
you've
murder
been
here as
assaulted,
well.
and the men are like, I am
Can I ask you a few
humbled
questions?
and honored.
I don't know anything about it, but ask all you want.
Do you know anyone Lubosh used to spend time with? Relatives or friends?
Not with anyone from the village. He used to sit
We
in
were
the
talking
tavern next to
about
us
war, how
sometimes.
Radzig is like,
never
your
said
mother
much.
was special too. We were all just like, oh. I was just like, oh god, Radzig, please. It's like, why would you say that?
Do you know what Lubosh was doing
It's
the
just
day
like-
Neuhoff was raided?
I was coming from the tavern very late that night, and I caught a glimpse of someone entering the village. He looked like he was in a hurry. It was only a shadow against the sky, but after what happened, I wouldn't wonder.
Have you noticed anything suspicious recently?
Come to think of it,
I was like,
he was in church
Radzig,
yesterday.
you're giving vibes.
He was even
like, what is
talking to
happening?
the priest and went to confession. I was wondering what he was up to take to the faith all of a sudden. But I suppose no sin's too dark for God's mercy.
That man Lubosh who was murdered, what was he like?
I didn't really know him. He kept to himself, even in the tavern.
That's all. Thank you.
God be with you.
Where is Maple?
I'm honored that you should come.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanush of Lipa. I'm investigating the massacre in Neuhoff, and now a murder here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sir Hanush gives a job like that to a young fellow like you? Well, what do I care? Ask.
Maple, you are
Do you know anyone
ridiculous.
Lubosh used to spend time with? Relatives or friends?
I really don't know. As far as I know, he had no kin. I never saw him with anyone.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing the day Neuhoff was raided?
I don't think he was home at all. Wait, are you saying he... Jesus!
Have you noticed anything suspicious recently?
Right, Blood?
I didn't
It's
see
like,
much of him lately. Not even in the tavern. Not
they're
till
like,
yesterday
we are
in
here to
church, as it
Rubberneck.
happens.
Exclusively to Rubberneck.
That man Lubosh who was murdered, what was he like?
He was a strange one. Always drinking, bad-tempered. Lord knows
Well,
how
and
he
that's
made
a sad
living.
thing. Like, even with
Well,
accidents here,
maybe
people
now I've got an
Rubberneck,
idea or
when they
two.
think that somebody died, and I'm just like, ugh.
That's all.
Imagine
Thank you.
the cringe of that. I'm like, I cannot.
I hope I can be of help to you, Knight.
I've
I'm
come
so
in the
sorry,
name of
but
Sir
his
Hanush of
specific
Lipa.
voice actor always craps me up.
I'm investigating the
Craps
massacre
me
in
up, it
Neuhoff,
cracks me
and now
up,
a murder
actually.
here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
I don't know nothing about it, but ask all you want.
That's all.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
We exhausted. Is there literally anyone here who can help me out? No? Archery master?
God be with you.
I forgot that you exist.
I've come in the name of...
Sir Hanush gives a job like that to a young fellow.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
Good luck to you.
Good God.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanush.
Ask all you want.
Okay.
Do you know who Lubosh used to spend time with? Kin or friends?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's all.
Good luck then.
So I'm wasting time because there is but one person that we have to go to. Hanish also gave me more than 3 voice lines, geez, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the sarcasm. It's the sarcasm for me, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's a little bit like... It's funny too, because when I was first playing this, one thing that really, I think, is nice about it is that this game really gets you drunk on the countryside, and then once you're drunk on the countryside, you like won't notice that until you get pretty deep into a quest, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, everyone's saying the same thing to me. Maybe I need to just like go and attend to this.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I see that I'm on the wrong path. Why everyone's voice line is suddenly the same? I forgot that we have to go straight to Godwin. But yeah, isn't it gorgeous? Isn't it just gorgeous? It must be so beautiful to live in a place that just looks like this naturally. Like, New Jersey's definitely no slouch in terms of America. Like, there's a reason why we're called the Garden State, but I'll put it to you this way, like... I think the one thing that people underestimate, like, yeah, the United States is huge, but so much of it is developed that we've lost so much of our gorgeous natural land. Like, when you look at the land in other countries and the way that the resources are still concentrated, it's so inspiring.
My respects to you.
I see you know how to wield a sword, Father. I wouldn't have expected that
Interesting.
from a man of the cloth.
With a stick. I practiced with a stick. A reminder of my youth and days gone by, and it helps keep me in good form.
The blessings of our good Lord be with you, Father. I'm here in the name of Sir Hanush of Lipa, investigating the massacre at Neuhof, which seems to be connected to a murder here. Can I ask you a few questions?
It seems Sir Hanush is employing children as investigators. But ask as you wish, boy. I hope this nasty business will be cleared up quickly.
Did you know Lubosh? What was he like?
A bit of a lost soul. Simple, rough fellow, but at heart I don't think he was such a bad person.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing on the day Neuhof was raided?
Unfortunately, I do know. And I'd like to help you with your investigation, but I can't.
What?
I'm bound by certain vows that forbid me to tell you.
Vows more important than catching dangerous murderers?
There are laws of God above the laws of man, son, and one of those is the sanctity of the confessional.
All I can hear in my head, and Phoenix, if you're lurking, you're gonna die, is Emily from Until Dawn being like, you need to catch the sanctity of the open side of my hand, bitch, and just slapping him. I don't know why that was my intrusive thought, is how Emily would have just slapped this man in the face. But suddenly the games have converged. Oh, man.
Did you notice anything suspicious recently?
That was so good.
My child, all sorts of suspicious things have been going on recently. People like Lubosh don't know what to do about it, and sometimes they do.
Look at our horse in the background,
That's really
straight
not a lot of
flexing.
help to me, Father.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Welcome back, Naden.
Father, surely you can't be serious. There must be situations in which you can make an exception.
There are things that apply always, no matter what the circumstances, and this is one of them.
For heaven's sake, Father, can you really look me in the eye and tell me that, when you know you may be condemning innocent people to death?
I can, because if I broke that vow, the consequences would be much worse than if I didn't. Maybe not immediately, but one day. The mills of God grind slowly.
Bro.
Father, Lubosh was my only lead to the Neuhof raiders. Only he could tell me who was responsible for that massacre. If I don't find out who it was, it will probably happen again. Surely you wouldn't want that.
I wouldn't. But I can't betray the sanctity of the confessional. I'll tell you what. Give me some time and I'll try to think up some way of helping you. Suppose we talk it over in the evening, in the tavern, over a cup of good wine. Maybe we'll come up with something.
All right. Thank you, Father.
God be with you.
Good God help us. So, I'm just gonna tell you all, viewers, that this is about to get rather wild. So, just so that we're perfectly clear, all of us, this is probably, arguably, people's favorite quest in the game that is coming. All I'm gonna say is please nobody spoil what's about to go down, because for those of you that don't know it, it is a journey, let's say. It is a journey. A spiritual one. Yes, very. Definitely. So spiritual. All the spirituality. Well, there are spirits involved. Yes, very paranormal. A deeply paranormal lesson. Also, let's go to the scribe. We're gonna get books. And we're gonna sell books. Meet at the tavern come sundown. Brother, I purposely picked right now to do this quest so that we can do this. But let's go get our skill books. I just love the way that people lazily stroll in this game. It's one of my favorite aspects of it.
My respects to you.
I've come in the name of Sir Hanush of Lipa. I'm investigating the massacre in Neuhof, and now a murder here as well. Can I ask you a few questions?
Of course. Ask away.
Do you know anyone Lubosh used to spend time with? Relatives or friends?
He was a loner. He didn't even have any mates in the tavern.
Do you know what Lubosh was doing the day Neuhof was raided?
Not a clue.
That's all.
Which, like, makes sense. Alright, evil morals. Inzor, Father Check. I mean, we should really buy all of these, except for these are always the more expensive ones, or like the expensive primers and stuff that you want to pick up. Let's see, primer. Okay. So we go to the tavern. I love when we asked Goblin a basic question. It was like, reputation loss. I'm like, Godwin. Just lying to yourself, Godwin. It's like, I can't tell you. Yes, you can. What we should do is we should see if they are selling... Hang on.
God's sake.
Let's see. There they are. We're gonna save here. What do you mean, exactly. Oh, but how can we read when we could farkle?
Good health to you.
I hear you like a...
Oh, we are not betting 50, no sir. You'll take these 25, thank you.
I can't wait to see how you throw.
Bro, now this is a head start. Excuse the frick out of me.
If I was in your shoes, I'd pass while the going's good.
Yeah, because I'm about to, like, absolutely whiff. Oh, that would have been so cool. The start of a round with 650 right out the gate is pretty decent. Never mind.
That's it.
Get wrecked? Of course not.
Finished.
The AI was like, we are going to catch you. Bro, what is happening? I'm like, nah, we aren't risking this.
We'll see. This'll be the one.
Oh my god, this man. Sir, this is not intelligent.
I don't believe it.
How? You literally ran your luck out right to that. Sir, that was an insane amount of luck that you just whiffed. Like, even I know when to stop when I'm ahead.
Now you.
It's like, bro, how? Right? Oh, the music is so good.
That's it. We'll see. That's all.
It's the way that he's like just barely keeping up with me that's really funny about the AI. I'm like, I cannot wait for them to do a little tweaking of this. I'm like, I do not have to keep risking it all, buddy.
Your turn.
I wonder how you make weighted dice. These are the things that keep me up at night. I'm like, I have a secret task, and it's literally just me looking up how to make weighted dice.
This'll be the one.
Why would you ever risk that, bro?
Cursed luck.
Wild. That man has been drinking. Who the hell would ever risk that in their life? Like, I just have a guaranteed...
I can't believe it.
I had a guaranteed win there, and that man straight up just, like, let me have that. All weaving. It's so cute. Alright, let's do the second primer, because this will actually pass time. Like, we're so educated. Could I get other things done in town? Yes. Will I? No.
Slow here today?
Alright, let's see. Matter to where you read, you're learning. Anywhere you read, that's pretty nice. Now that I got my sandwiches, I can say that there are worse things to keep you up at night, true. Yes, I know, right? I love it. Oh dear God, we're starving. This is the crucial song. If you don't know this song, have you even been in this game? Thrown in a circle right now, right? Thank you. It does, doesn't it? This is the moment. This is the song. God help us.
Hey, ale here.
Alright, let's do this.
The blessings of our Lord be...
And with you, lad. Take a seat.
Oh no, I forgot to take the helmet off. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. We can't be having this on. But thank you.
Here, just as you ordered.
I'm sorry I can't tell you everything. But maybe we can work something out. But first I'd like to hear something about you, my son. With whom do I have the honor? Where are you from?
I'm from Skalitz.
There are spirits involved, true.
I'm sorry.
True.
What about your kin?
They're dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Here, we'll drink to them. It
Oh,
must
no.
have been terrible.
It was terrible. It seemed so pointless. We had no warning. They just appeared and began the slaughter. God knows why. They killed anyone who didn't make it to the shelter of the castle.
Our skills in drinking are about to be insane.
Parents, my girl, even the Deutsch who was on Sigismund's side. I didn't make it to the castle. I wanted to try and help my parents, but there was nothing I could do. Then I fled to Talmberg with the Cumans on my heels. They almost killed me. They slaughtered people in the surrounding villages. There was a pile of bodies in front of the church in Rovna. Folk who tried to take refuge there, but
My poor child. May God grant them eternal rest. And how did you come to get this assignment? I'd have expected Sir Hanish to send that old grouch, Bernard.
He did, but I found a witness and the trail led here to Ujitz, so he sent me here to follow
Hang
it
on,
up.
because these are time related, I can't allow
Well,
it yet. But
congratulations. It's nice to see someone using their head to find things out instead of torture. We'll have to drink to that. Now the most important thing. What actually happened in Noyel? The
Like,
good
hang on,
folks
I
here
can't.
about are saying all kinds of terrible things. But I take most of it with a pinch of salt.
The rumours aren't exaggerated this time, unfortunately. The Neuhof stud farm was raided by bandits, but they didn't come to pillage or even take the horses. They only wanted to kill. They maimed the horses and slaughtered some people. I'm sure they would have killed more, but the bandits quarrelled among themselves and broke off the attack. And judging by what's left of our Lubosh, they're still settling accounts.
no problem,
I see
Phoenix.
it's every bit as bad as people claimed.
I'm so glad you got some things done.
Well then, here's to those poor souls who had to die so pointlessly and so terribly.
I've told you all about me. Now it's your turn, Father. You don't look much like our parish priest at home. I noticed you're pretty handy with a sword. I wouldn't expect that of a man of the cloth.
You know what they say. The Lord moves in mysterious ways.
But this is a bit more mysterious than others.
Let's just say I haven't always been a priest. Fate led me to places where affairs were settled by force. These days, of course, it's just a bit of exercise to keep me in shape.
Which, like, thank God.
Well, we've had an agreeable chat, but now let's get down to business. So, about this confessional seal.
I was the red Teletubby.
You really want more innocent people to die?
Henry, that's not how it works. There are matters in which you can't make exceptions because if you do it once, you'll forever be tempted to do it again. If people stop believing in the church because their confessional secrets are betrayed, they won't trust anyone, and that's worse than even the most hideous crime.
I understand, but that means I've reached a dead end. Those cutthroats will strike again, and I can't stop them.
Chin up, lad. I might have a solution.
What?
If I tell you what Lubosh told me, I'd be betraying the confessional secret.
Enjoy.
But, first thing tomorrow, I'll try something I think might help you.
Word of honor?
On my soul.
I always wondered about the things a priest tells his congregation. Where on earth do you get the ideas for your sermons?
Well, Ujitz isn't Prague. It's not enough to instruct people. They have to be entertained, too. If I only read from the Bible, I'd soon be preaching to an empty church.
Our priest wasn't exactly a bard. So what do you preach to your flock about?
It has to be something topical. Condemning vices. And, of course, describing them in detail. The tongue-lashing about the two popes goes down well these days. And stories from real life, with a nice moral to them, are popular as well. Especially if they're about fornication and similar scandalous vices.
Can you give me an example?
Well, recently a priest by the name of Jan Hus started preaching in Prague, in the Czech language, and the people liked it. I hear he always has a full house. A journeyman who heard him told
Right
me
Blood,
what
me
Hus
too,
was
I do
preaching,
remember that.
And I like the sound of it. I'm thinking about putting it in my own repertoire.
What's so amazing about it?
The preaching of Master Jan Hus about Mother Church, the lamentable wealth in which the church is drowning, has turned to poison.
Imagine being at
And
church
nearly
with,
the whole of
like, in the same
Christendom
room
is
as your crush,
contaminated.
and then the priest
Just like a
starts
flock of
describing
hungry
acts of
ravens, they
fornication.
settled on this land
That
to
must have gone
devour
so
every
hard in this
grain
time
of
period.
gold and silver. They know no mercy. Their hearts are corrupted by longing for wealth, and they shamelessly
Yeah, I'm like,
profit
she's
from
just
everything.
gone suddenly.
You want to baptize a child? Pay. You want to steal and murder? Pay and you will have absolution. What if the devil himself were to pay? Would he ascend to heaven too? With such money gained from the poor, they buy beautiful horses to ride and needless servants to pamper them. They gamble at dice and dress their whores in expensive furs, while Jesus Christ walked barefoot and had no place to lay his head. Look to your consciences, you robbers of the poor, for you are seen by God and his people too. Amen.
We think that Father Godwin's going to be in the sequel.
This Jan Hus character is quite a rebel.
Oh, the congregation will love it.
I don't doubt it.
Let's drink to that.
Funny. That last bit reminds me of someone.
What do you mean? My situation's completely
Father,
different.
stop reading porn. Literally,
Preaches
blood,
against the
literally.
prelates and the clerics who are robbing the poor. Look at me. I don't have a pot to piss in. I'm no better off than the folk I preach to. I'm one with them in poverty and suffering and everything that troubles them. I drink with them and curse those stuffed habits in Sasau Monastery.
What do you think of this Jan Hus?
He's certainly a wise man. A little overzealous for my taste. If he got out of Prague and came here for a look, I'm sure he'd stop condemning drinking and lying with women.
Where can I find out more about his teachings?
You like it? I copied down some of his sermons. If you're interested, you can read them at my presbytery.
What do the common folk think of it?
They like it. They're happy to hear someone say what they think themselves, but are afraid to say aloud. Things that make them angry. And they're calling for change. In a few years, it'll have grown beyond control. You mark my words, the people will rise up, and the church will be shaken to its very foundations.
Yeah, unless they burn him at the stake first.
Nonsense. They can't burn a master of the most respected
And it has synced us
university
up,
in
right,
Europe.
Blood?
My pleasure.
Vibes.
Don't you think it's a bit odd when someone boozes and lives in sin with a woman and then criticises the Pope for debauchery?
No, I don't.
Thanks for the sermon,
Just
but I think
no
I've been morally
explanation.
uplifted
Just
enough.
no, I don't.
It's getting quite late.
Man is
What
full
are your
sad.
plans, Father?
What do you suppose? We have a drink, of course.
That sounds like a good plan.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
I'm just gonna sit back and let what happens happen.
Przyszła bida mora lat, to nie ustoi żadnej chlap. Na kraj padł desej smutek, dziobnielo i rano utek, niech już małżeński majstrat, do wczera żylne staje prak. Už se moji svatý muži,
Music goes hard though.
jejich muži, nám je to jedno a tak si dáme jedno a požerem si huby jako poslední jen. Buďme se mámy, panorama slávy a tak vypal sudy a posaď se mi sem, tak posaď se sem a vypal je ven. Ukaž kozy jako vozy, zítra jen tu jsou nejdem, tak nalej mi hned a točí se svět.
Enough of this! Bailiff! Come on over here, sit down and have a drink with us.
Don't vex me again, Father. It's 3 hours past dusk, and curfew is long gone.
So what?
So, I'll have you all whipped and put in the stocks, and I'll write a letter to the bishop about you, priest.
Well, nothing to worry about then. Everyone knows the only one around here who can write is me.
Enough! Men, throw them out.
Which is hilarious because they have a scribe. Which is hilarious because they have a scribe. They have a whole fucking scribe.
Henry, back me up.
Henry, back me up. Do you realize I'm not very good at fist fighting? Oh no. In drinking? Bro, I cannot fucking see to save my life. Reputation gain.
I'd love to. And Henry too, I'm sure. Right, Henry. Stop that nonsense, Godwin. Are you out of your mind? What will people say?
They can say what they like. What do I care?
I love how his lady is basically just being like, she's like, you are high. Like, sir.
Here we are. Look at this beauty.
Oh. We can't do this, can we?
Who says? Get ringing, wench.
I would be in the fucking town square. I would be in the town square so angry. Can I just tell you that I'd be such a Karen? It's not even fucking- I'd burn the church down. I'd be that pissed off. If you wake me up in the middle of the fucking night for this stupid shit, you're dying in the church, all doors locked, match lit.
Of the evening.
I'm an Italian, you don't fuck with our sleep.
Godwin, you old goat.
Come here.
Sorry, YouTube. You get the memo. And we are with the sheep. Also, where the hell? Why? This has always managed to be, like, somehow the most annoying. We have an unreasonable hour, right? It'd be like the Frozen meme where the princess sings out the window and the rest of the town is like, why? Exactly.
Well, I
Put my clothes on for the cutscene. And my hair is wrong. Amazing. I was like, sorry, YouTube. They really did.
Godwin, you beast! Get up! Do you hear me? Wake up, you drunkards!
I love her. She's a mood.
Where the...
This is a mood.
Oh, who the hell are you?
A showcase of what I look like in the morning.
Henry. My great friend, Henry. And we have a wonderful time.
Well, you certainly did, you old lecher. Now you better pull yourself together quick. You haven't much time.
I'm not even
There's
kidding
some
you when I
water
say,
and
like,
something
this
to
is
eat
a
on the
one-to-one
table there, but if I were
comparison.
you, I would move my hairy arse before my flock eats me alive.
This is a one-to-one comparison of what I sound like first thing in the morning.
My head.
I'm pleased.
Oh, my guts. My poor suffering stomach. What was that woman on about? Before my flock eats me alive. I've forgotten something. What have I forgotten?
That it's Sunday.
Where the fuck am I?
What the fuck was it? Math! Oh shit, I have to say math. I gotta say math. You have to help me.
How? You're the priest.
I can't do it in this state. Maybe the liturgy. But I have to give a sermon as well.
The fuck am I?
This is a
Relatable
disaster.
moods.
They're gonna excommunicate me. I'd like to help you, but you can't.
Oh, man.
You can do the sermon for me.
I'm so glad I don't drink anymore, but back when I used to.
So, first
mood.
I investigate a murder no one wants investigated. Then I drunkenly keep the whole town up all night. And now you want me to preach at them from the pulpit? Do you want them to burn us at the stake?
No. No, I've got it. Suppose that Sir Ratzig's protege. You just came from studying in Prague. And you want to share the words of Master Jan Hus, who you recently heard preaching there.
Yeah, I know.
Look,
the fear.
From what I remember, we might have overdone it a bit last night. And if the bailiff or someone else complains about me, the bishop's gonna have my guts for garters.
You should have thought of
So
that.
I appreciate it. Stop gaping at me like a stuffed squirrel and start helping.
You're mad. You're stark raving mad.
I'm not. It's a perfect plan. It's flawless. Oh. How about this? If you help me with this, I'll tell you who Lubosh's cronies are.
Well, all right. Well, I can't make any promises about what'll happen.
No, neither can I.
What do you want me to do exactly?
I'll go and start the
How
liturgy.
were you dressed?
Then I'll introduce you. You give the sermon I told you yesterday in the tavern, and that's that. No need to drag
I
it
should
out.
be dressed.
If it turns out well,
I dressed
I'll tell
me.
you what I know about Lubosh.
Christ almighty. Fine then.
I dressed
Have
me.
a deal.
Where are my clothes?
Let's get to it then.
Henry, I'm getting tired of having to re-put your armor back on. This is honestly... Do I even want to know what her opinion on anything is? Wait. I'm like, can I get your opinion?
My humble...
I love how he's just like straight up yelling at me. Oh, my poor horse. It really is though. Like, that's the best part about this. Wait, do we even have a thing that we can wash our face? Brother, are you for real a drunkard who doesn't have a thing to wash our face in? Hang on. We cannot go in here covered in our own vomit. I refuse. We must at least be hygienic. Jesus, and I am swaying. Nope. Jesus.
I thought he'd never show up. The swill dog.
Look at him. He can hardly walk after his capers last night.
You were with them, you beast. Just you wait.
Shout out to that man's wife.
Even in now, he'll throw up.
So I couldn't sleep a wink last night with all that clamor.
I would be so
nomine
much meaner.
Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti.
I'm telling you, this place would have been in ashes.
Accepit panem in sanctas at venerabiles a manus suas. Hoc facite.
I
in
would
meam
already be burning at the
commemoratio.
stake. I am a whole witch. I would have been so over it. You wake my ass up living in my woodland cottage, I'm burning the whole town down. Neuhoff bandits.
Brothers and sisters, you may have had the honor of meeting Henry from Skalitz, who is here at the behest of Sir Hanush to investigate that heinous crime at Neuhoff.
The Neuhoff bandits would have had
You
nothing
might not
on me
know that
alone,
Henry
an Italian woman
recently
being woken up
visited
in the middle of the
Prague,
night by that fucking bell.
where by the grace of God was able to hear Master Jan Hus from the esteemed Charles University preaching. I've managed to persuade Henry to stand here today in my stead and tell us what he heard. Because, as you all probably know, Jan Hus is a very popular preacher in Prague. So, Henry, you may begin.
Now I'm curious which one of them will puke first.
Okay. Villager.
Brothers and sisters, let me get straight to the point. I'd like to talk about the church and how corrupt it is.
That boy has a cheek.
Creation has given to every man the power by which he might rule the whole world. But that power does not give him the right to rule. That right belongs to God alone. It is the corruption of God's pastors here on earth that has brought misfortune on our heads. Plague, humans, hunger, and chaos. The accursed wealth that the church is drowning in is poisoning almost the whole of Christendom. When dogs are fighting over a bone, take the bone and they will stop. Just like the flock of ravens that has descended on this land to peck up every speck of gold and silver. They show no mercy. Their hearts are poisoned by covetousness. They trade everything. Everything is for sale. You want to baptize a child? Pay. You want to steal and murder? Pay, and you will have absolution. And the prelates sin and give themselves absolution.
For shame! Shame upon them!
It is the custom of the gluttonous prelates and monks to preach against sin. But what do they know of us ordinary folk? Let us remember the marriage at Cana, where our Lord Jesus Christ himself feasted with the other guests and drank his fill. And when the wine was gone, he performed a miracle and created more. He, whose companions were poor travellers,
he's trying to be
simple
Italian,
folk,
but he's not
prostitutes
really.
and troublemakers, performed a miracle so the feast could continue.
Now that's the kind of sermon I like to hear.
No, brothers and sisters. Jesus did not condemn alcohol. Drink to lighten the cross you bear in this vale of tears, but not with such abandon that you cannot keep holy the Sabbath. For there should be moderation in all things, and it is not drinking itself that is sinful, but intemperance and beastly indulgence.
He's right.
Enough about sin, which the prelates are so fond of preaching about, and whose absolution they promise if you only pay enough coin to Mother Church. What if the devil himself were to pay? Will the bishops tell us he too would ascend to heaven? And what about those bishops?
I think he did, Dad.
They sin without remorse, and with the money grasped from the poor for indulgences, they keep fine horses and hordes of servants to pamper them. They play dice and garb their mistresses in expensive furs, while Christ, the Lamb of God, walked barefoot and had nowhere to lay his head. Look to your consciences, you robbers of the poor, for you are seen by God and his people too.
Down with the prelates. Away with them.
We're fortunate to have our good Father Godwin. At least he's a fair and simple man.
Right, Blood?
God sees what is happening on earth, and he is filled with righteous wrath that those who should seek the salvation of souls instead seek mammon and the idle comfort of lucrative posts. Blessed are the shepherds who share the poverty of their flock, who are as one with you and bear with you the burden of this earthly pilgrimage, who do not condemn your venial sins.
Aye, all honour to Godwin. Let him drink like one of us.
That is all I
might
heard him
convert,
cry.
right, Blood?
Amen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it.
The lad spoke well, considering what a soak he is.
He's right, that was.
The young man shouldn't drink so much, but the Lord's given him a
I'm
silver
glad he
tongue.
came here. Don't suppose I'll ever get to Prague, and he told it nicely.
Nailed it.
Well, well, my boy, you have talent, and I can't deny it. And you pulled
Why,
a thorn
thank
from
you.
my side. I almost didn't make it.
Yeah, I noticed. And I wasn't the only one.
Oh, what's to be done? I'll make it up somehow.
So, about our bargain.
Although it's a sin.
So gluttony. And fornication.
God does forgive a penitent.
So, what did Limpy Lubosh tell you? Was he at Neuhof that day? Who was with him? And where are they now?
Now, slow down. I'm sorry, but he didn't tell me that much.
Don't let me down after all I've been through. For you...
Well, now Lubosh came to me shortly after it happened. His conscience was gnawing at him. And I must say, in the end, he turned out to be a better man than he looked.
Thank you. I just love that
said
sound. That's what I figured. I was like,
they'd been hired through some crony of theirs. And at first they were just to steal some horses. But then it all turned sour and people started getting killed. And neither he nor his cronies wanted anything to do with that. So they fell out from the gang and fled.
Fell out? Yeah, there was a body found in the woods by Neuhof.
That would explain something. Lubosh kept jabbering that he wasn't a murderer, that he didn't want to do it.
So I know that Lubosh killed the murderer and he's dead too. The trouble is, I need to find the ones who are still alive. I need names and places. Did he mention any of the others?
Only nicknames. Talked about some fella called Riki from Ledechko. Pius, Timmy.
Pius. That lot are about as pious as I am ordained.
Nonsense. You would make an excellent priest. And anyhow, with your skills, you ought to be able to sniff out this Riki from Ledechko, right?
Well, we'll have to now. There's not much else to go on. Let's hope he's not hanging from the wall too.
Indeed. And I'd hate to be excommunicated for nothing. Anyhow, good luck. You watch out for yourself. These people clearly mean business. And I'd like to raise a tankard with you again sometime.
Yeah, I'll try. Although I'm not sure I'd survive another night of your debauchery.
And if anyone should ask, you heard nothing from me. I'll deny everything.
Godwin is awesome. We all want to get a drink with Godwin. He is so fun. What an absolute G. He is nuts. I love it. There we go. End game saved. Well, y'all. I think we've reached a perfect pausing point because tomorrow, actually not tomorrow, because this goes into B week. So I'm trying to think. Well, in a few days, we will be picking up with Riki. Right? You came for the end! Tara made it. There we go. Made it just in time, girl. I'm gonna make myself some food. I'm gonna vibe. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a bonus stream earlier than anticipated. But y'all, Dara, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well. Even if it's just for 5 minutes, a quick hi and bye. I'm gonna go make some food and relax. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Now, so that you guys know, so we're doing this with like A weeks, B weeks. Basically, B weeks mean that I'm gonna be streaming less, but I'll still be around. Obviously, for those of you that aren't in the Discord, feel free to hop in the Discord. I can't thank you guys enough. First of all, for the follows and the awesome raid today. I cannot thank you all enough for the great conversation, especially the moral conversation as we like discuss this game and like discuss world stuff. It's so much fun. But I'm looking forward to next week. As a reminder, we are just like trying out the schedule format. I don't know if we're going to keep it, but we're going to see if it helps everything out. So anyway, love you guys. Be well. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, no matter what you have planned. And I will see you in a couple days. Be well until then, guys. Thank you so much.